chat. Sorry about that. Been bringing in guests. We have an international audience tonight, man. We got David from Canada, of course, Roy Bigsby from Australia, John Ishii again from Malaysia, and our new panel member who just decided to jump in with us, Mr. Andre. Andre is in Malta, so a true international cast tonight. So I'm going to let you guys. I'm going to go around the horn here real quick. Let you guys introduce yourself real quick. David.
Well, I'm David. I'm from Alberta, Canada. It's I do an awful lot of night photography or low light photography, and I shoot the aurora on occasion when the weather allows. Roy,
Take it away, Roy. Everybody knows you,
Melbourne,
but
Australia.
hello.
I'm in Melbourne, Australia, and I'm a gear pig. And I have a problem.
Yeah, I do too, as you can see by the thumbnail. John.
I'm an American living overseas in Malaysia. Moved out here some 20-some years ago. I'm a former photojournalist and wire photographer.
John's been in here with us before, so I know we're going to have a good time. And our newest panel member, Mr. Andre.
Hi.
Introduce yourself.
Good evening to all. This is Andre from Malta. It's 3 a.m. in Malta at the moment.
Oh my God.
Yes, but I made it a point to join because I've been following Chuck from his early YouTube streams, which I always love and admire the consistency and the input of all his guests who join on a quite regular basis. From my end, I'm a hobbyist photographer. I shoot Nikon, but I'm also, as you can see from my background, a hobbyist bass guitar player. I play in a local band in Malta. It's a jazz band. I've been playing for, I would say, over 20 years. And yes, similar to Roy, gear addiction syndrome when it comes to bass guitars, but even with Nikon and vintage lenses, I think that's also part of the topic today, Chuck, if I'm not mistaken, about possibly letting go of the incredible f-mount range of lenses, which most of them, I would say, still work perfectly with my Z9 at the moment, which is what I use. I also have a Z6 II, which I'm streaming with this evening, with a third-party lens on it, which we can discuss later. I also have, like Chuck, a D850, which I won't let go of because of the screw drive motor in it, which I find super useful. And then I also have a D7200, which I, from time to time as a crop, I enjoy using. Anyways, that was my mini introduction here.
All right. Well, welcome, Andre. It's great to have you, man. And you're welcome back anytime you want to be in here. I know that this isn't the most convenient time for you. I would guess the Wednesday afternoon show would be a little more convenient for you. But yes. Anyway, glad to see you in here. And thanks a lot for getting up in the middle of the night just to be on the panel. Wade says hello. He says, photographer, bass player myself. So much respect, sir.
Okay. I didn't know Wade played bass too. That's cool.
We have a regular band. If we put everybody together, of course, we've got Vahagan on drums, you on bass.
Oh yeah, that's right.
And yes. John, what do you play? I mean,
what do I play?
Guitar, no? I imagine.
Yeah, I play guitar.
So we can put together an international band. Everybody just makes a reel of themselves and we'll put it all together and make a video.
Do it live.
Yeah, we got a bass player, guitar, and Vahagan with the drums. There you go. Yep. That's it.
We're ready now. All right. So, yeah, Andre, you're right. I pick a topic, as you guys know, but it doesn't matter what I pick because we're going to talk about what everybody wants to talk about. And I just picked the topic of it's time to let go. I've got so much F mount glass that, well, I shouldn't say so much. I've got quite a bit, and I just need to let it go. I'm down to one DSLR now, and that's the D500. And I know some people have grown that I will probably sell it sooner rather than later. But yeah, my F mount glass too. I'll eventually catch back up on the Trinity and everything else in mirrorless, but I got to make way for the new. I can't afford to just keep buying and collecting. I'm not as fortunate as Roy, who has collected since he was a small child. Has everything he ever owned, just about, I think. But it is nice. It's nice to be able to see it when somebody brings it up. Roy typically has it close at hand, and he can actually show us what it looked like or what it is. So that's fantastic. So we're starting to get a few more people in the chat now. Let's see. I'm going to throw this comment up here real quick. Mr. Z Wade, I fill in the band whenever I'm needed. V on drums, Andre on bass, Ishi on guitar. I'll do guitar or vocals, whatever y'all need, Roy. And Roy can play the triangle, maybe.
I can play lead guitar. I used to play lead guitar with a band.
Oh, did you?
I was pretty crap.
Oh, man. Everybody in here is a musician but me. I can't play a tune, man. Not at all.
Well, I think I can carry a tune in a bucket.
Yeah, that's me. That's the old saying. I couldn't carry a tune in a bucket. Yep. Albert's in here. Luke has a comment here. Plenty of pro photographers at the Australian Open tennis in Melbourne using Z9 cameras with big glass. I was going to say there's plenty of big glass now in the Nikon lineup to use. But then again, if you're shooting the Australian Open, you probably were privy to getting yours pretty quick. So that's great. Roy, I think, is responding to you now. Albert, hello. From the Rotten Apple. Mr. Albert Jimenez down in New York City, or near New York City. So, hey, Albert, good to see you, buddy. Michael, I want to buy your D500. Well, we might work on something like that. Let's see. Chris says he's into Z from F System since July 2019. Sold all my DSLRs and go for 2 Z6s with FTZs. Okay, totally Z bodies and lenses around mid 2021. Well, great. That's great, Chris. I wish I had done it sooner. Well, I'm glad that I did. I hate, there's one camera I wish I'd have kept, and that is my D5. I really do. I just love that camera. But maybe it's a good thing I didn't keep it, because had I kept it, I probably would have held on to all my F mount glass. So maybe it's best this way. Get rid of the cameras I don't care about the glass so much. I'm really into the Z mount glass now. So anyway, I'm not going to belabor that. Michael McDermott, I already mentioned him. He's in. Joe Stroud down in Texas. Hello, sir. All right. Yep. D5 is a monster camera. I really love that camera. All right. So what do you guys want to chat about tonight? And I think John has a topic he wants to bring up right off the bat. And that is you're commenting on Mr. Jared Poland's 1-year review of the Z9, correct?
Yeah. It's just a small thing. I mean, I feel pretty starstruck that because I made a comment and then he responded personally within 10 minutes because he didn't like what I had to say. So if I had something good to say, he wouldn't comment at all, correct?
Well, yeah, I don't know. That's kind of weird because typically he won't respond to any. I mean, of course, he gets 2 or 3 or 400 comments on a video.
Oh, easy. Yeah. So then I just happened to make a comment on his 1-year review, which was 80% positive, because he's no choice, because he's behind the 8 ball on that, right, Chuck?
Yeah. Yeah.
because if he says it's a piece of junk, then you got half the planet's going to be on him. It's going to be he's going to lose a lot of subs. But
Yeah.
there's always that it is great, but there's always that but not good enough, which is fine. Now, me using that camera professionally and as a hobby in the most extreme conditions without any issues, and to me the what do you call it, the AF is fine. But when you take it and piecemeal clips taken in 2021, when the Z9 was only, let's just say, 80% baked, and using that information and clips from that, and then piecemealing it to today, it's almost like two and a half different types of cameras.
Well, I kind of understand sometimes these folks that go to these reveals, when the announcement's made and they get to go to the reveals and put their hands on the equipment, all the influencers on YouTube, of course, I'm talking about, not Joe Schmo or just me or somebody else. And they're pretty quick on the gun to make some comments that I think some of them may regret later on. But he made a lot of comments about the Z glass too, talking about how cheap it feels and everything else, and wasn't pro glass. He said that.
Yes.
He didn't consider it pro glass. Well, if he'd have just waited and actually played with it a little bit, or maybe if you think that it might not be pro glass, don't be so quick to say it. Let it prove itself. But just defending the Nikon lens lineup, I think everybody will agree, especially in the Nikon camp, but I think other people will as well with other brands, that the Z-mount glass has been pretty fantastic across the board. I don't think that they've delivered a bad lens yet, considering some of them are even better than the F-mount glass was. So, given that some lenses have a special place in people's heart because of the way it renders, take that away. But as far as quality and resolution and everything else, the Z glass has been fantastic. And I don't think he regrets saying that it was.
I mean, some of the things he says are just so irrelevant. For example, he's mentioning that it doesn't shoot 30 frames per second in RAW, right? Okay, I get that, and he says, well, other people say that sports shooters don't shoot in RAW. Of course not. If you shoot RAW, and I've shot a lot of sports, you shoot RAW and you send it to your photo editor, you're out of a job.
Yeah.
I mean, really, you are out of a job. That's the last thing they want is 200, 150, 200 megabyte files going down the pipe, right? And they got 3 seconds. So you're shooting the Australian Open, right? And you're shooting RAW, and you're sending 300 RAW files to your photo editor down in the press room. Hey, you're out, man.
Yeah.
You're out.
Yeah. So let me ask you guys this, and the chat room as well. And feel free to jump in. Andre, you just got to butt your way in. That's the way it works here when we got a big panel. Okay. So, will the addition of the next camera make a difference in the opinion about Nikon? I think that it will. Let me throw my 5 cents worth in real quick. It's not 10 cents worth yet, but 5 cents. I think the Z8, if it is what we think it is, because it could be one of two things: super megapixel camera or the baby Z9. Either way, I think this opens the door for Nikon to push all the haters away, because I think that's what's limiting Nikon right now, is the fact that we're still hanging on to the Z6, Z7, Z6 II, and Z7 II, which are good cameras. Don't get me wrong, but they need all this new tech. We need all that new tech to fill out the lineup. I think that the Z8 or even the Z6 III, whichever would come out first, or the Z7 III, I think that begins to shut down a lot of the hate. What do you guys think?
Well, I wouldn't. I don't think so, Chuck. I mean, not that I'm disagreeing with you, but for me, it really doesn't matter to me, Because even if they come out with even if they come out with the sharpest knife in the drawer, there's gonna people who say, well, it ain't sharp enough.
Well, true enough, but I mean, I think it starts to take some wind out of their sails. I think that Nikon then is, you and I both, we as Nikon shooters think that Nikon's fine. So it doesn't matter what we think; it's what the influencers think. Okay, and I still see videos where people are talking about cameras, and Nikon is never mentioned because they're a Sony centric channel or a Canon centric channel or whatever, and they'll talk about cameras and what's the best camera for you to buy if you're buying a camera today, and it'll always be Sony or Canon, and Nikon doesn't get a mention. But
because they got the money, Chuck. I mean, they
yeah,
Sony throws huge money at the influencers.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, I mean, like you and I, we put up YouTube stuff. We don't get paid.
But let me ask you a question. Do you think that Sony does that? Do they actually?
Absolutely.
But
I know they do.
Do they do it with the intent for the influencer to talk bad about Nikon?
Chuck, I know the guys.
Asking.
I know the ambassadors.
Yeah.
Yeah. They get paid. What's he get paid? He gets paid about $700 for every single event or roadshow that they do in my country here.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. And he uses a Sony A1. You think he's going to be talking about any other brand?
Well,
Absolutely
no. I understand that. And I understand that's why I could never be an ambassador for any brand. I couldn't be an ambassador for Nikon. Not that they're going to call me up and say, hey, you want to be an ambassador or a seeker of light or whatever they are for the other brands. I couldn't do it myself because I don't want to be limited to what I have to say about, let's just say, Nikon. I don't want to be limited in what I can say. And you're absolutely right, John. I understand that 100%. But what I'm going back to here is, do you think that the brands, do they endorse this hatred towards Nikon? And, a Canon shooter and a Sony shooter in most cases really can't see that. But
in my experience, if you talk to any other manufacturer, right?
Yeah.
Sony, Fuji, any of those guys, they will never, ever talk bad about any other camera, any other manufacturer.
Yeah.
It is taboo. They will not.
Okay.
Otherwise, they get fired. But those are employees. The influencers is a different.
Yeah,
they have a
You're
different
right.
technique on how to approach it. Right? They'll
You're
say
right.
they won't say that Nikon's lousy or is bad. They'll just say, well, maybe they could do a little bit better. But having using all, I would say they're second place. They're getting close, but not quite there.
No, you're right. You're right. I agree with you. I agree with you. So I was wrong in using the ambassadorship or seeker of light or whatever they are.
Seeker of light.
Yeah. What's Canon? Canon is what? Canon. Somebody clued me in on this before, but I've forgotten what their ambassador role or title is. So anyway, okay. Well, I just wondered,
I've got the forms for the Fuji ambassadors here.
What?
I've got the forms for the Fuji ambassadors here. Shut up. And it's quite worrying because you have to sign a thing saying you're not use other brands.
That's right.
You won't say anything about the brand you're signing up with, and I just didn't sign them.
That's
like
right,
them.
Roy. I mean, you sign up with Fuji,
so
that's
restricted.
all you can use.
Yeah.
You're not allowed to use any other brands.
Or to be seen using them either, even in just whatever handling them, it can be a big deal. I know it's the same thing in the motocross world. You're riding one of the factory bikes, Yamaha, and somebody takes a photo because you're riding somebody's Suzuki, and that's bad juju.
But they never talk bad about each other, Chuck.
Yeah. Well, you never hear the brands at all. I mean, the corporate headquarters talking bad about anybody. No. They just talk about how good they are, and to stay away from that. I just wonder though, if maybe some of the influencers then will back off Nikon a bit once Nikon begins to fill the camera roadmap. And again, I say Nikon right now in the market is a one camera lineup, and that's the Z9. And I think that's a mistake for Nikon too, because it left the Z9 to take all the heat by itself. Nobody's picking on the Z6 II, Z7 II, or Z6, Z7 anymore. That's old news. But, you know, everybody still wants to pick on the Z9. I shouldn't say everybody, but you know what I'm talking about. So many influencers still. But I still get caught up in this watching other videos where they're talking about, well, what's the next camera, you know, you should look for or look at or whatever. And Nikon's never in the mix. And are they right to do that? Is there a camera that should be in the mix with when they're talking about that, other than the flagship? I mean, what's Nikon have to offer?
Well, I think in time, you know, this year they'll probably, it's obvious they're going to, you know, launch 2 or 3 more cameras in the affordable range, you know, because that's where the money's at. You know, I don't think there's huge money coming out of, you know, Z9s,
right?
But it's the, you know, consumer ones, and where they make where the margins are.
Well, you guys know how I am. I'm not going to speak. I mean, I'm going to speak the truth or my mind. It's the truth to me. And, you know, I think Nikon has some work to do. And I've said that over and over and over, which is why a lot of Nikon people actually don't like me. They think I'm a Nikon hater, I guess. But do you think that, or let me ask you guys this. I'm going to let Andre jump in here too. I want to hear his thoughts. If somebody were to ask you right now what camera you recommend, what would you recommend in a affordable price range? And they're a beginning wedding photographer. What are you going to recommend?
Yeah, I mean, I'm mainly in Malta. I enjoy a lot concert photography, and prior to the Z9, I was making use of the Z6 II on a regular basis, which I find it a very good performer. But then again, as you're saying, the Z9 is a game changer when it comes to the processor, of course. So it depends on the budget, obviously, on the individual. But I agree that the next camera has to feature the AF of the Z9 in some way or another. I mean, because if that doesn't take place, I think especially the popular influencers will immediately pick on that.
Yeah, so absolutely. I think so. So, you know, and that is a big deal. A lot of people will defend in the Nikon camp will defend Nikon by saying, well, I took photos before all this high tech AF. Okay, we get that. But new photographers, new folks that are out there looking for cameras, they're wowed by all this new AF tech. And let's face it, you know, Sony's done a bang up job with it, pushing it down into lower tier cameras. And so is Canon. And that's why I say it's hard to recommend, especially if somebody comes to you and says, well, I'm looking at, you know, the R7 Canon, you know, the APS-C body. You know, it's a decent, very decent wildlife camera. Plus, you have this AF that I can use for portraits and everything else. And we always, instead of saying, you know, you're right, and there's nothing wrong with that, we say, well, the Z6 II is no slouch, and you can, you know, use the Z6, but it doesn't compare to the newer AF that's out there. And I don't want to get stuck on AF. However, that is a marketing tool. That is a huge marketing tool. And it, you know, it hurts Nikon sometimes because Nikon doesn't have a camera with this new AF that Nikon now has. So I think that it's big that Nikon get a camera out there pretty quick. You know, if we don't see something at CP Plus, man, I don't know what to think.
One point I wanted to comment about, which I'm a bit sort of disappointed, is the firmware updates on the Z6 II. I owned the Z6 initially, which I sold to a very good friend of mine who I meet on a regular basis. And obviously, when I bought the Z6 II with the initial hype on the additional double processing power, 2 processors instead of 1, I said it's a no-brainer. The autofocus will be twice as good. But as we all know, and obviously since I meet my best friend on a regular basis, with the firmware updates, which I end up installing for him because he's
Yeah.
afraid of, the updates, etc. I say, it's a bit of a pity that, okay, I have 2 card slots now, but other than that, I feel a bit, that it's being set aside
No,
in terms of
I agree with you
firmware
completely.
updates.
I think that firmware update for the firmware updates for the Z6 and Z7 were fantastic. It made it a new camera, in my opinion, and it
Yes.
brought it up to the same level as the Z6 II. The Z6 II has 2 XP 6 processors in it, so we all expected big things. Well, let me ask you this: could it be? And this is terrible, but I mean, could it be? I'm thinking out loud. I should have done one of my episodes on it. Could it be that Nikon's holding those firmware updates for the Z6 II and Z7 II to get the new body out and selling? Because could it be that those updates, or it is possible to give them an update that will bring them up to not up to the same tech level as the Z9, but to markedly improve their AF capability? Is it that they don't want to do that until they get another camera out there and selling? Because people might say, hey, I'm okay now. I'm going to hang on to this for a while. Is that a possibility?
Yes, I agree with you. I mean,
Possible.
that's a possibility of.
How good do you need AF to be anyway?
Say again, Roy?
How good do you want How good do you want your AF to be anyway?
Yeah. Well,
Unless you're shooting birds, and it's not critical.
well,
is it?
again, though, see,
All AF pretty good now.
yeah, all AF now, absolutely. And Eric was just saying, the comment that I had up there, well, up here now, Sony and Canon are putting great tech into entry level, mid level cameras. Nikon isn't. Well, that's true because Nikon hasn't produced any entry level or mid tier cameras. And they need to. That again, it all goes back to Nikon's got to get some camera bodies in the market, and it's got to have some of this new tech in it. And the other thing that I've brought up before, and then I'm going to be quiet and let you guys talk more, is on the video side. Video is what made Sony. I'll tell you right now, Sony is so prolific now because of its video as they started out. Old time photographers don't want to hear it because they don't care about video, but it's what kept bringing the tech to Sony cameras and bringing more people into the Sony brand. Not necessarily. I would venture to say they had to go out and beg some, and this goes back to your point, John. They had to go out and beg some Canon, Nikon, and whatever shooters early on that were just still shooters to join the Sony brand, because I think everybody was looking at even Philip Bloom, I remember, with the Z7. Or not the Z7, the A7. He was all over the A7 for its video capability and talking about what the future was going to bring with these hybrid cameras. And that sold a lot of people on Sony, and obviously it's true because Nikon has gone hog wild with video. Look at what they did in the Z9. I mean, it's got to be the most capable hybrid camera on the market. It has to be. With all its capabilities. And I know we don't like to talk about video so much here, but, I'm just throwing all this in the mix. Go ahead, John.
Sony's been making videos in the video scene way before stills. I mean, even in the early 60s and 70s.
It wasn't a hybrid photo camera.
Well, I mean, that, of course, that's later on, but they've been in professional broadcasting. It's always been Sony gear. You go to NBC Studios, and it was all Sony, Sony stuff, right? And then as you go to an NFL football game, well, what kind of HD cameras are they using? They're using broadcasting equipment made by Canon. So these companies have been in it for a long, long time. So when you fast forward to today, to the YouTuber and the TikTok fellas and the amateur filmmakers. Now they can get Sony and come up with relatively cheap productions, getting high quality product by not buying, and they don't have to buy an RE or a Red, correct?
Yeah.
Mhm.
They don't. And those are $50,000-$60,000. So now for, 4,000, 5,000, or even less than that, you get an FX3, you're good to go. You just use your talent. But having said that, you get these new cameras, these phone cameras like iPhone 13 Pro Max or the iPhone 14 Pro Max, and I guarantee you the quality of that stuff is really close to professional grade stuff, right?
Yeah.
And if you're going to put it on YouTube and make small productions, you're good to go.
Mhm.
I follow a guy, CB Media. His name is Chris, and he's based out of he's an American guy based out of Bangkok, and he does nothing but Thai motorsports, and he's got 525,000 subscribers in the matter of 2 years, and all he uses is a GoPro and a 13 Max Pro for his production, and a little Manfrotto handheld tripod,
Mhm.
and it's good stuff. So where is
Can I
this?
add my view here?
Please.
Yes. Basically, another thing which because this is all in terms of market penetration. For example, I see this from my kids. My kids are, might have a 5-year-old and an 8-year-old. When they when they go to their friends are already mentioning the Sony brand. Why? Because
Yep.
the dad owns the Sony PlayStation. My daughter goes to a friend and has a Sony TV, for example. So the introduction of the brand at such a young age, automatically, when Sony has a step in already psychologically, Canon, I mean, I'm looking at Canon's market share is the largest one. In 2021, Canon's market share is 48%. This is the latest accurate data, and Nikon is 13.7%, almost 14%.
Yeah.
Sony is 22%. Now, obviously, Canon, I mean, everyone owned a Canon printer, I imagine, So, in different tech sectors, you get introduced to these brands. So obviously, the day you go to a Target, which we don't have in Malta, or a Best Buy, or an IT shop, you're already looking at Canon automatically. Now, adding on to that, the layers of influencers on YouTube who are supported by these brands in terms of being ambassadors, etc., that creates a natural disadvantage for companies like Fuji, Panasonic, and Nikon at the end of
Yeah.
the day. So, that is a challenge for the Nikon brand in general, in my opinion.
Yeah. But I think that Nikon just doesn't help themselves out either. We can't lay all the blame on influencers and everything else. Nikon doesn't do a lot to help itself, in my opinion. And that doesn't mean I'm changing to another brand. I'm sticking with Nikon because I'm just,
Well,
I enjoy the
think-
pain.
No, Andre is right. I mean, Andre is right. Sony's had such a penetration with all their products. I mean, just last year, you want to get a PS5, you had to bid for it.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, how ridiculous is that?
And those bids make the headlines, and people, it's
Yeah.
Sony. But Chuck, I also think that Nikon, in view of the resources which they have available, I think they do a good job, because
Well, you know what?
when it comes to marketing, for example, I subscribe to Nikon Canada, Nikon Europe. When you see what Richie does, with those interviews, so they are they have limited resources. When I say limited resources, compared to Sony and Canon, obviously. So I think with the resources they have, they invested heavily in the zoom lenses, in their high-end lenses, which maybe one could argue that maybe if they slow down a bit in that department and maybe released another body last year, it could have possibly been a better strategy. But at the end of the day, with the resources they have, I think Nikon is still a strong and solid company with a bright future ahead. And unlike what the angry photographer used to say, that it's the end for the brand, and
No, I've never said that it's the end for Nikon or anything like that. I think that they've
Yes.
hurt themselves. And going to back to your point here, talking about marketing. Production goes a long way towards marketing. And if Nikon is going to be a smaller niche, because we've never looked at Nikon that way, we just started really talking about that over the last year. That became the buzz phrase for the excuse for not getting things very quickly and everything else. All of a sudden it was, Nikon's a smaller company. The Sony Corporation is not pouring in billions of dollars into the Sony imaging division, nor is the Sony semiconductor division. So we have this misconception thinking that, well, because Sony Corp, international is so large that they have unlimited resources in the Sony imaging division. I don't think that's the case. I mean, they may have more production capability just based on the size of the Sony Corporation. But if Nikon's going to take that step back and say, look, we're happy where we're at. We're not going to be number one. We're not going to be even number two. We're going to be number three because of the size of our corporation. But what we're going to deliver is great products, blah, blah, blah. That would go a long way to satisfy a lot of people and shut up a lot of influencers too. Nikon's not going to do that. I understand. But if they did, then I could understand too. Okay, now I know the future of Nikon, what I can expect. And, I know I'm going to have to wait because I know production isn't going to be as high as Canon or Sony or whatever. That makes a big difference. Instead of being in the dark, never knowing. One year we're not going to get a camera. The next year we might get two cameras, So I think that's what frustrates a lot of people. However, right now with the changeover from DSLR to mirrorless, and I'll give Nikon a pass on this, just like we had to give a pass. Canon folks gave Canon a pass too. It's a complete changeover, and it's going to take a little bit of time to catch up. I understand that. And now thinking that Nikon is a smaller production capable company, it's going to take them even longer to catch up. But we still need a couple of cameras in the game for Nikon to be able to continue to satisfy some of the current customers, because there are people that are complaining and are leaving, and also to satisfy new customers that may step into the brand. We don't get a fair shake, sometimes a fair look, because we're so small in the eyes of newcomers, and because they don't hear, the only thing they hear. And it's a shame. That's why they call these people influencers, because they truly do influence the market. No doubt about that. But maybe this year we're going to see, and maybe it's going to get a little bit better. But if Nikon would just say, look, we're in a different niche in the camera market. And, Leica, look at Leica. Leica's not making any excuses. However long it takes or whatever to get not just develop, but deliver cameras, and everybody expects that because it's Leica. And maybe we need to start looking at.
Don't start in on the Leica thing, Judge.
Has Leica contacted you yet? Oh,
that's a whole different ball of wax. I could go on for days on that one.
Yeah.
You think Nikon's bad? Leica.
But I'm sure that 2023 for Nikon, will be getting another body for sure. So
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, I mean, it goes without saying. There's no way Nikon can pass that up. It has to happen. So I'm sure it will happen.
yes,
But I don't think I'll buy one. Another body, you know.
no.
I've got one more body to buy, and for me, and that is the Z6 III or the Z8, depending on
I just can't justify it, Chuck. You know, I don't use the other ones enough, and getting another body, and I got how many? I got 4 systems. I got Hasselblad, I got Leicas, I got Fuji. I mean, they're just coming to my ears. You know?
Yeah, you're in a different position than I am, John. I mean, you've got some quality cameras and glass there. That's fantastic. But yeah, I understand. From your
John, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, sure.
You mentioned these different systems which you have. In fact, I also have a Fuji, but I sold it actually last week. I had an XT2 because, again, I'm more familiar with the Nikon menu system, etc. So how do you find the challenge maybe of adjusting to new menus, new settings every time, you know, and lenses, etc.? I mean, wouldn't you rather say, listen,
actually, Andre, it's not that difficult. Most of the Japanese cameras are basically similar, same, but different. Fuji's very, very easy. You know, as you can, you know, your XT2 or you get a GFX, it's basically the same thing.
Okay.
Right? It's got the I button, and the menu is pretty self-explanatory. The Leica is even easier. It's even more intuitive because you don't have to go into pages. The Hasselblad is the simplest because it just uses icons. There's not much text, so you just touch it, and then there's a little, you know, picture of a gear or you know, hit storage or something. It is very, 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 very simple. The most difficult menu I've ever used in my life is Olympus. As soon as you get into 2 pages, you're already lost, you know. So yeah, it's pretty easy.
Fair enough. But again, I feel like you. I mean, with the Z9 and the Z6 II and the D850, I'm more than covered. So I'm just interested, obviously, as in Nikon's future, as in what will the Z8 be? What will the Z6 III? But I don't, unlike Chuck, I'm not into adding another body at this stage. I don't see a need for that. I'd rather get maybe another lens like the 50 1.2 or the 85 1.2, which is hopefully
Andre,
soon to be launched.
Andre, you need to get that 51.2. I mean, that thing is unbelievable.
Okay.
You know, I've been doing this photography for 50 years. This thing is mind blowing.
Okay.
It is. You saw my picture, Chuck, last week I took.
Yep.
And it's like I couldn't believe it.
I want that 85 1.2. So I have a lot of wants. That I'm going to get, no doubt about it.
Yeah.
So
Chuck,
I'm with you there.
Bringing up the thumbnail which you worked on during the week, asking, you know, it's hard.
Your audio's going out. Looks like a bandwidth thing, Andre.
Gremlins.
Yep. Because your video is getting choppy.
I wanted to give a shout out to Shewade.
Yeah, sure.
Shewade, the other, I don't know, a couple of weeks ago, he tested this adapter. I don't know if it's called a Tech Art.
Yeah.
And it makes your M lenses on a Nikon Z autofocus.
Yeah.
And so because of Z-Wade, I bought one, and then I put it on my Z6 and Z9, and then you put the Leica lenses on there,
Mm-hmm.
and I'll go to hell. It works great.
Yeah, it just moves.
It
the lens.
autofocuses, so
It's kind of like a bellows, isn't it?
yeah,
Movement.
yeah, it goes back and forth. So
Mhm.
I mean, for an old man, I mean, who's who's
Yep.
sitting there going ding dong on an M10, you put this on a Z, and and the eye detection works, the focal box
Yep.
works. It's not lightning fast, but heck, it puts
pretty-
new life into these
Pretty
lenses.
incredible. And they need to make one for Nikon so I can buy the 58 Noct and use it.
You can
You can adapt it.
you can.
Again, you okay?
Right, Roy? You get
Yeah.
the adapter and you put it on, correct? And it works.
Yes.
So you can put the the old AIS lenses on there too, correct?
Yes, all the manual lenses.
Yeah.
Up to about
that's
100
great.
up to 100 millimeters. Anything longer than that, it doesn't focus.
No, how much is it? Like 300? I can't
Yeah.
remember. 300. Yeah, it's so thank you, Z-Wade.
It was Shewade
Look at
that
that.
brought that news tidbit.
Z-Wade.
I'm just kidding. How we coming over there, Andre? I guess we have. Yeah, he's on the phone now. Eric says Canon sales are down in Japan right now. Yeah, I've been watching Simon over at Ordinary Filmmaker. He's constantly keeping up with the sales in Japan with the 3 big stores. It's always interesting to see what the flavor of the week is because it does change as I've watched him do that. Hang on, guys. I want to throw a shout out to Mr. Abbott. I got your email. You're absolutely right, sir, and I'm going to do something about it. I just want to thank you for the email. You're right. And I'm going to cherry pick some of these streams for some of those tidbits and just drop them in videos for everybody to enjoy, later on, rather than having to watch a 3-hour stream to get to the 5 minutes of entertainment. Thank you, sir. And it's that time. Somebody brought it up earlier. So my Christmas present again.
Oh, there you go.
I got to throw this up here. Please don't forget to like and subscribe. I appreciate every like I get. And of course, the subscriptions are nice. We're still trying to get over 1,000. And once we do, then, so be it from that point forward. But at least that gets us into the algorithm a little stronger, get pushed a little more. Maybe we can find, a whole lot of other people that like this format and want to join us. So please definitely drop a like if you're in here. I really appreciate it. Again, it makes me feel good and it keeps me motivated. All right. So that said,
Chuck,
yes.
we have 27 likes so far. So that's statistically, it's a like every 2 minutes, which is good.
That's great.
What I was trying to say before, I don't know if you can hear me a bit better now, is in relation to the subject of today, as per your video title, which is "It's so hard to let go."
Yeah.
So last time when we spoke privately, we were discussing letting go of certain f-mount lenses, like the 200 f2, for example, which I would never let go of that. I know you mentioned a possible issue with an f2Z adapter, which you could have, because on my Z6 II and on my Z9, it works flawlessly. I mean, so I'm not tempted to let go of certain f-mount lenses.
Andre, I had to let go of my F2
Ah,
because I had to get a wedding ring for my wife. This is true story. And my 300 2.8.
okay, yeah.
Oh man. Well, I would say that was a good deal for you, though. That was a great deal for you.
A good trade.
Yep.
Yeah, I
Diane
think it was a great trade also,
Yep.
as much as I hate to admit it.
Oh.
That's just the beginning of the expense.
Thanks, Z. Appreciate that. I don't know that I said that. If I did, I got to go back and edit that out of a stream. But thanks for the plug, Z. Appreciate it, Zach. Oh man. Okay, so I'm way behind again. Chris, I see you've dropped a bunch of comments here. We got all these people in the chat, or I mean, in the panel right now. Let's open it back up. You guys have any comments for them or for the group? I'm gonna. And you guys have been doing a good job of updating the chat over here. I see John. I see that Roy's been also chatting in the chat. Appreciate that. Let me see. What do we got? Oh, man. So much going on in the chat, as always, and that's a great thing.
I'm also seeing Wade in the chat.
Yep.
I think he's doing a very good job with the recent videos, with the point of view, approach, like walking and carrying his stands and preparing for a photo shoot. That's a good approach. Well done.
Well,
Chuck, you know
Go
who
ahead.
called me yesterday?
Who?
Ron.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, he calls me once in a while, and I'm so proud of that guy. I have to give a shout out to him. He is just nailing it and rocking it and killing it, man.
Yeah, he got busy real quick, and
real quick,
I'm so happy for him too. I haven't talked to him for a while, but I'm really happy for him though. Not just that, but his mentoring program he has going as well. So you add that into the mix with his workload. He's a busy man.
Yeah, he called me yesterday all the way from the States, and we had a great chat. And I said, gee, Ron, you're just nailing it. Considering how difficult it is to be a professional photographer these days, especially portraits and stuff. Wow. Said,
it's super competitive now, isn't it? I mean, my God. It seems like the market's been flooded with people that are doing portraits and things like that.
No, I'm just so proud of him.
Yeah, I hear you. Hopefully, we're still going to get together at WPPI. Plan on being out there at WPPI, so that should be a lot of fun. Looking forward to meeting a lot of people in person. So anybody up for WPPI, we will be going. At least the plan was, I think still is, that we're going to link up with Vahagan and Ron Pollard out there. So that'll be a good time. I can't wait to really get to shake Mr. Pollard's hand. So you're right, though. He's been knocking it out of the park. Albert's always on older lenses. That's fantastic. If you have any questions about older lenses and adapting and things like that, Albert and Roy are the people to talk to.
Okay, I have a question for Albert and Roy. Speaking of vintage lenses, why is it an old Canon EF lens 24 1.4 is going for almost $8,000 US?
I have no idea. I think it's just the quality of the images. Some of those old Canons and Nikons have got a lovely look to them, and they're sought after by video people.
This particular
I saw Vahagan's video too. I was quite surprised how much it went for.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a pretty wild video that he showed, or he just dropped. That was an incredible increase in price. And that's what Albert was saying just a minute ago. There are lenses that have gone up markedly here recently, Nikon and others. So what's going on out there?
I thought film was dead, and all the film cameras have gone up in price too.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Some medium format film cameras, and they're worth a fortune now. I'll have to start selling them maybe if I can part with them.
You're going to have a harder time than me, I think, Roy.
Yeah, I will.
But rightly so. For some of the things you have, rightly so. I mean, I don't have anything that's really, nostalgic or classic. So a little easier for me.
I also think that with the introduction of, I think it's the D850 of focus peaking, that it facilitates the focusing process so much that people in general are tempted to buy these bargain lenses, which are now obviously going up in price because, again, of the ease of use, thanks to focus peaking, in my opinion. I was lucky to buy some very nice vintage lenses, which are a no-brainer to use now on the new Nikon mirrorless bodies, with focus peaking. So I think that could have contributed to the increase in price for these lenses in general.
Which vintage lenses you have recently you picked up?
Well, no, not necessarily vintage, but like, for example, the at 28 millimeter f1.4, I believe.
Okay.
For example, again, it's a joy to use when you have focus peaking and that confirmation that you're in focus, sort of thing. So
Greg wants
I
to know if
thought
I'm
the old
having.
Noct was overpriced.
I will be soon, Greg. I will be soon. Go ahead, Mr. Roy.
I thought the old Noct was well overpriced. I was in shock to see some of the prices of lenses now.
How much is it now?
Oh, it's about $6,000. The old Noct I've seen it for. You get one in a box and that,
Wow.
It's even dearer.
Oh yeah, yeah. You're right.
And it's
You're
not a
right.
very good lens. It's not sharp. It's got nice rendering, but more of a collector thing.
Here we go. Look who's here. Mr.
What's up, everybody?
Wade Photo. How you doing, Zach?
Good
Pretty
evening,
good.
Zach.
How's it going?
Hey.
How's the mic quality?
Sounds good. You could probably grab a little more gain there.
Check. How's that?
Here you
Perfect.
That's
Pretty good.
It's good.
go. What's going on, Wade Photo?
Just doing my thing, man. I got my my drink refill because I'm.
You need a Sonic T-shirt.
I'm telling you, man. I gotta do a lot of different merch stuff because there's a whole lot of like inside jokes that are appearing on my channel, and I feel like I need to ditch like the Shewade Photo logo and just start diving into these inside jokes.
Yep. Hey, Luke, I miss him too, man, and hopefully he'll get around and start jumping in here with us from time to time. But I do too. I miss Jeffrey.
Yeah, where
being
is he?
in
Where
here.
is Jeff Neville?
He's just concentrating on his channel, and I think it was taking a lot of time away because he was in every stream, as you guys know.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
I can tell you right now, it takes a lot of time out of your week.
Yeah, he was your Ed McMahon, wasn't he?
Yes, absolutely. But
Yeah, people don't realize like how exhausting YouTube can really be. I mean, even me, like I used to do a lot more of the live streams, but like on Saturdays, that's like my grind days. And today I just didn't happen to grind out like 5 videos, and so I have more energy, but I haven't had that energy. YouTube is a lot of work and it's very tiring.
yeah, it is. And I'm not even editing anything. I'm just trying to keep up with the live streams. So, and keeping the equipment going. I'll tell you, tonight
How stupid my hair is. What the hell is going on? It's so bad. I can see myself for the first time today, and it's treacherous. I'm sorry. Go ahead,
great.
Chuck.
It looks great, man. You're such a handsome young man.
It's like
I was saying,
it's like a Donald Trump high and tight.
Rooster tail. Except it's not.
I don't unplug anything, and I can fire everything up, get ready for a live stream, and something isn't working for some reason. I think, John, you've experienced that before. David experienced it tonight. No idea why. Roy's experienced it, especially if you're going to do live streams, because it's just strange. The little demons that attack and unplug something internally. I don't know what goes on, but anyway, yeah, it's pretty. It can be pretty draining doing the live streams. It could be a lot easier on me if I just did an hour or 2 hours. But where would the fun be in that? I mean, come on.
Hey, Wade, how is that Canon that you bought?
The R5.
Yeah.
I didn't buy it like officially. Actually, the hype is real. That I'm not allowed to swear on Chuck's channel, but you can watch my channel. It kicks behind. The R5 is really, really good. But what I'm finding out, in case you guys are curious, because I've now tested basically the best that everything has to offer. Well, not exactly the best, not the R3 and not the A1, but the A7 R5 should have the latest and greatest that Sony's willing to put in. I've tested it. The R5, that's the one that everybody wants to shoot, right? That can't afford the R3. I've tried it. The Z9, I own it. They're all awesome. And if you're arguing the differences between the brands with those three cameras, you're dumb. Okay? If you're arguing the differences, you're dumb. What it is really coming down to, John, is the glass. And I'm trying to be totally unbiased on my approaches to it. And I was blown away by the Sony 50mm f1.2. Is it better than the Nikon? No. But it is way better than I thought it was going to be. And it's actually better than the Canon, which really blew my mind, because Canon has been making glass way longer.
It's big money, isn't it?
The Canon 50mm 1.2 is
the Sony.
Oh, the Sony. It's in the same price range as all the other ones. The Canon is the most expensive, and it's actually the worst. You get green fringing in really strange spots. But I didn't highlight that. That's stuff for private conversations, because I don't. It's a little fluff. Right, and you can love me or hate me for it, but there's things I don't include in my videos because I don't want to come off like somebody that is just going to beat up on stuff. Right, I try to find a balance between good stuff and bad stuff, but there's
so do they send it to you, or you buy it, or how's it work?
Bar lenses. I'm not sponsored by them, but I like their service.
So you just borrow it and.
Yeah, I borrow it. I try it out for 5 days. It's all I shoot for 5 days. I don't touch a Nikon unless I'm doing a comparison. And I generally, whether I make content on it or not, I try to do a portrait session if I can. I don't always get to do that. But I do a walk around on the fly, not focusing on what I'm doing, just to see how it's going to perform just kind of in the field, just run and gun. And I try to do some focused work, and I always look for texture. That way I can get an idea of sharpness. I always try to do some stuff that is specifically tailored towards some black and white, because sensors and lenses are both, like the Z6, for example, awesome for black and white, actually better than the Z6 II for some reason. I like the black and whites from the Z6 better. So I just try to do different stuff, black and white ability, sharpness, color, character. None of them have character, except none of the mirrorless lenses do hardly, except a couple of Nikons that I've found so far. Anyway, I'm ranting because I'm excited about gear, and you guys are thinking about getting rid of stuff, and I just want it again. But, but anyway, no, I'm really passionate right now, because trying out these other things, I still hate gear, right? And I don't want to acquire a lot of it, but I'm kind of reinvigorated getting back into some of these comparisons and tests and stuff like that. And it's really exciting to see what other people are offering. And it makes me feel good about where I'm at with the stuff I own and the stuff I work with, And so
I just want to hear from a non-influencer, such as yourself, who's not making,
Yeah, you're
side
right.
income.
It's nice when you know somebody and you've known them
Yeah,
for a while and you trust their opinion on things to hear from them what they
yeah,
think.
I've got no skin
exactly,
in the game, I've got no skin in
exactly.
the game. Now that
I mean,
being said, I don't know if I'm supposed to say this, but I did pick up a sponsor, Luminar, but I don't even know what I'm supposed to do with them. I have to read through the brief, but they it is technically a paid promotion, not in cash, but they basically gave me a 10-year license. So I had my first sponsor. Woo, yay! So now I get to peddle and pimp you guys out some stuff. I'm kidding.
Diana
I'm always
uses
gonna be, dude. It's kind of awesome. It's kind of awesome, but it's definitely not a replacement for Lightroom and Photoshop yet. Could it be? Maybe in the future, but anyway, yeah. No, I appreciate you saying that, John. I try to be, and see, that's why I don't just throw out all the bad stuff that I found from like the Canon R5 and the lens. It's like I want there to be a balance, because if you go full attack mode on everything, it's like I don't want to come off as petty. And if you're a good enough photographer, if you have basically $5,000 to spend on a camera and another $2,000 to spend on a lens, I have faith that you're good enough to find workarounds for some of these things that people gripe about. I'm trying to watch my language.
Thank you.
People gripe about the most ridiculous things. It's like the Z9 battery door. It's like that takes like 5 seconds in my videos, and I try to throw in. It's like it's not that big of a deal, but this is something that I personally don't like. But for it to take up like a more than 5 seconds, it's like you're just griping.
Yeah.
It's like you're really grasping at straws, and so I just
exactly.
I don't find a need to throw those things in there. It's like I try, if I have 3 good things to say, I try to do like 3 nasty things or something like that, or I try.
Well,
Until I got the teleprompter, I was just kind of randomly throwing it out there. But with the teleprompter, I can be more structured with my actual reviews, The reviews are still improvised, but the follow-ups, I can really structure my thoughts and get them planned out before,
Well, like Z, yeah, the door is a little difficult to open once in a while, but that's for a purpose, because you don't want that thing to be flying open while you're getting shot at, right? So people make noise. So then you have a little door like a Z6, and it opens on its own because it's too easy, and then they complain about that. So where's the end game?
There isn't one. Nobody is ever going to be happy.
Exactly.
Until there is one camera brand that has enough money to pay everybody in the world to never say anything negative again. Basically, everybody has a money truck. It's like these YouTubers that I don't really watch anymore. You could almost guarantee that if they won $1 billion in the lottery, they would wonder why I didn't get $1,000,001.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like what more do you want? It's I learned a hard lesson whenever that time that I bought a D780 before I had my gear meltdown last year. I bought a D780, and I learned real quick that I got spoiled. And ever since then, I've gotten back to my roots of actually going out and trying like composition, focusing on the basics, single point autofocus, right? Single point autofocus, doing some manual focus, and looking for subframes, because whenever I went back to the D780, I realized, this camera is not going to hand it to me on a silver platter. And so now with mirror, I think that's why, like, some of my images lately, I've been like way more satisfied with than I have been over the last year, because I learned really, really hard that there is a drawback to wanting a camera that's basically going to do everything except click the shutter. But the Z9 even does that for you a few seconds before you actually push the trigger. So because it has that pre-release. And so it's like there's some drawbacks to it. Like my I think if you're not careful, if you keep pushing these brands to basically like you're not going to have a job anymore. I think you give me 5 minutes with somebody that's never held a camera before, and I think I can get them performing pretty good with a mirrorless camera. Maybe not a DSLR, and definitely not a film camera, but maybe with a mirrorless. I'm ranting. I'm sorry, guys. I'm still in the limelight. Somebody else talk.
Yeah, I'm gonna pass it over to Mr. David Stewart here for a minute. Dave, I'm gonna run and do my little thing real quick. I'll be right back. Take care of the stream. Make sure we don't burn the house down, and I will be right back, ladies and gentlemen. Please like and subscribe while I'm gone. Shock me when I come back. All right, guys, I will be right back.
To answer Michael's question here, no gigs lined up, and if I hadn't properly prepared my new business, it would be underwater right now. But I knew opening a studio in the wintertime was a really bad idea, and so I don't have any professional gigs lined up. But YouTube is helping out with part of the rent and capital investments. That means my money getting put into the business. In springtime, I do expect it to pick up, and thank you for asking.
Well, I'm glad that you're prepared for that, Zach, because if you're going to start a business, and you got to have at least 6 months money aside before you even say let's go.
More like 12.
Yeah, well, at least
months.
6. Yeah, 12 is probably more like it, Roy. And even then, you're going to be it's going to be thin going for quite a while. But I'm glad that you're getting places, Zach.
I actually, I had my first, I hosted my first class, and it was an absolute flop. There were basically 11 people that were interested in taking the class. I scheduled it about a month and a half out to let everybody know, and I actually let my students determine what the price. I asked everybody. I explained to them, what the class was going to be and the structure of it, and asked what they would, because I know all these people. There was no strangers. It's all people within the city community of photographers. And I said, what would you expect to pay for a class like this? And all of them said 200 plus. And so I set the price for the class at 125, and I agreed to pay out the model 30%. And 2 people actually came instead of 11. That would have paid my rent for 4 months. But it just 2 people showed up, and I was wondering, do I continue this as a business model? I wasn't feeling very motivated since only 2 people confirmed, but both people that showed up, they got some really, really amazing bodyscape shots. And after that was done, I finished the class off with each student was able to take 5 minutes to take what they learned about lighting and posing a bodyscape model and the settings of which they should be shooting in. I let them go freestyle for 5 minutes. They take control of the lighting, they take control of the model, and they do their thing. And then I review their images. And both of them did a really good job. And I just made some suggestions. And after that, I said, you know what? 1 person, 2 person, 20 people. It feels really good to take my knowledge and give it to somebody else for a small fee, of course. I don't want to do it for free. But it felt really good, and both of them had a really, really good time. And they were I haven't seen one of them, but one of the photographers, they posted their stuff, censored, of course, on Facebook, and they were like, "Oh, that was so much fun!" And I was like, "Okay, we'll do it again. We'll do it again."
If you're too cheap, they won't take you seriously, though.
Can I make a suggestion, Z-Way? I've done it a few times. Okay, there's 2 ways to go about it. One, I got a hotel and rented out their function room and advertised it for $350 per person, and I had a full house. And so, in order to do that, I had 3 stations of models. Okay, so we would do a studio shoot and teaching lighting on one station, in which they have one-on-one, because often you give them a trigger, right? You give each person a trigger. The other person is shooting on the side without a trigger, correct? And it gets crowded. So each person gets a trigger. The ones without triggers will then go outside to the pool area and take shots of the bikini girls, right? So each one will get 20 minutes or 30 minutes per station, and then rotate them around.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have a lunch break, and so you got to feed them. That's important. Okay, is to feed these people, and then have one more afternoon session, and then you do your PP, your post processing at the end, teaching them how to use this Photoshop and how to do blah blah blah, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then and of course, and they all have a good time. That's scenario number 1. Scenario number 2, my friend made huge money that he would go to Model Mayhem. Have you heard of that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you go to Model Mayhem, you get your models, you book a hotel room, and you start doing your nudes. And you fill that hotel room with about, I don't know, 5 or 6 guys. And he was, every weekend he's fully booked. Every weekend, fully booked. So, and he was charging pretty good money. So you just get like a hotel suite. Doesn't cost much by the time you get, $250. And who doesn't want to take pictures of, hot nude models, right?
Yeah, I do have ambitions for much bigger classes like scenario 1. I can't pull it off right now, and I probably won't until hopefully sooner than later. But once Lolly passes, I basically don't have anything to do like on the weekends because I work basically 10.5-hour shifts. And so I don't want to put like an entire Saturday into like a class and like leave my poor dog at home like all weekend.
Understand, but
yeah,
you can make
whenever
you can make some serious money,
Yes.
And let me tell you, 99% of hobby photographers, all they want is an opportunity to use their camera.
Yes.
Whether they listen to your instructions or not is besides the point. But most of them are tired of taking pictures of their cats and dogs and their kids. So they're willing to pay for you to create an environment in which they can use their gear.
That's exactly my business model going into the future. That's
and
exactly
I tell you, it works. There's millions and billions of cameras sold, and these guys just sit there and take pictures of their cat, right? How many cat pictures
or
have
their
you seen?
coffee or their
their coffee
muffin.
mug. Come on, So if you give them this opportunity, and in you being the director, right, and showing them, to them, a couple $100, piece of cake.
I think I took 20 photographs at that at the class that I did, like maybe 20 photographs, because I was spending my time like actually working with the people that came out to shoot.
That's another thing. That's another thing, Z-Wade. You as the promoter and the host cannot take the pictures.
Yep.
You can't hog it,
I structured it to where explanation. I lead by example. I turn you loose.
Yes, exactly.
I turn you loose. And then after you're done, I didn't even post my stuff on Facebook from the class because I had this feeling like I didn't want, of course, my work is going to be better than the students. And I didn't want to throw my excellent shots out there because I've done hundreds of these things. Whenever my students post their stuff, like I'm like, no, this is about the students, right? This isn't about my images, right? And so I let them show the results of my class. And I hope that more people see that and be like, I wish I would have attended that. Well, you can come to the next one.
But you got to give them food. You got to give them a food, pizza or burgers or whatever.
Yeah.
You know. Now I don't know where you live. You live in Kansas City?
Well, the Kansas State, Wichita area.
Wichita area. Okay, so there must be some, you know, like a landmark hotel, motel, or with.
Oh yeah, there's
right?
there's a really old one that it's actually pretty popular for boudoir photographers. There's
yeah,
a
and it
couple
can't
of
be
them.
that expensive.
Hey,
No,
guys.
no. What's up?
Let's get it back over here into the chat.
Yeah, sorry.
I mean, we can all hang out, you know, after the stream's done if you want, and have our own big powwow or whatever. But I mean, but let's get the folks in the chat going here. Joe Mansland just joined us. Good to see you, Joe.
Joe, man.
Glad you're in here. Let's see. Haven't heard anything from Andre over there in the corner. Andre, I know it's the early morning for you. Don't feel like you have to stay. I'm not trying to get rid of you, but I don't want you to think, man, I got to hang in here now. But
yes, just wanted. I understand Z-Wade is also a bass player. Glad to hear that.
Yeah.
But this is very particular to the photography community, because in the music community in instruments, no one stays bragging, hey, I have a Fender and you are playing what?
Yeah.
A Ken Smith? I don't, the pickup position. There's none of that. It's the focus is 90% on skill and technique. And okay, 10% is maybe about your instrument and your effects and your amplification, but the focus is the skill, your slapping technique, the way you blend with other musicians and so forth. But the photography community has more of this, mine is better than yours, mine is bigger, mine is, so it's quite interesting from a when you analyze this, sort of thing. Compared
we've talked about that. I think it was maybe Vahagan was in there, and we had one other musician. We were talking about how like oftentimes creatives are creatives in photography or painting and also music, and we were talking about that one thing, how it's like nobody cares about like what instrument you're playing, because like these beginners with beginner guitars are just like shredding. But in the camera community, just like you said, people beat each other up over what brand they have.
Exactly.
Exactly. I don't fight with Fender Les Paul guys.
Right?
Hey guys, I want to take a pause here. We have our photo review coming up on February 4th, and there's information down in the description on how to submit a photo. If anybody wants to submit a photo, check it out. Pretty simple to do. So that's on February 4th. On February 11th, right now it looks like the 11th of February is going to be the most convenient time. I'm going to have that stream is going to be dedicated to becoming a professional photographer. Not necessarily every in and out to do that, but the pitfalls, the fun, the not so fun stuff that goes along with being a pro photographer, starting a photographer business. And understand, when I say professional photographer, I mean it's your profession, meaning you are going to become a working photographer. John's got to take off, folks. Tell everybody, John.
Nice meeting you, Andre.
Thanks. Same here. Nice seeing you.
Bye, David.
Tell Diana we all said hello.
Okay, we'll do.
Yeah. See you later, John.
Later, buddy.
Keep it up,
Have a good
buddy.
lunch.
Okay.
Bye.
So on the 11th, right now, it's planned. It looks like it'll be the 11th of February, and I'm going to have Vahagan said he would be in here. I don't know. He's been very busy, so I don't know if he'll make it or not, but we're hoping. Vitali from Touch Life Studio is going to be in here. So he's going to be talking about wedding, corporate wedding photography and corporate interviews and things like that. So he'll have a little bit on the video side. I'm going to try to get Baron from Photography Discourse because he is a working photographer. And let's see, Anthony Toglife, because he's a working photographer as well. He shoots portraits and he does headshots and corporate work as well, corporate photos. So anyway, so these are some of the people, and we're going to have an agenda. I want to talk about the business side of it up front, because that's the part that isn't so much fun for so many people. So I hope that we can pull this off. That would be February 11th. Everybody's welcome to, come along for the ride. We're also going to talk about equipment, maybe minimal equipment for those that are thinking about doing this. And we're going to talk about some of the do's and don'ts, from people that have been there, done that, and experienced it. So everybody that would like to be a part of that, just plan on right now, February 11th, we'll be doing it. I'm going to try to stay out of the way and just kind of push the agenda forward and let the pros talk about what it takes to be a working photographer, especially from the business side. So,
what's funny, Chuck? I actually back whenever I did my live stream with I think it was 247 Media, Michael McDermott, which I hope I said that name right.
Yeah.
I was getting questions right that I couldn't cover in the stream, and so I wrote it down, and he asked that question: minimum equipment to start a business, and I made a video.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's in the hopper, and so I hope that maybe we can have that come out around the same time. I can have that come on before the show, and then to get my perspective, and then you guys can do your thing.
Yeah, because I think, and we're going to open this up. We're going to constantly watch the chat because everybody's going to have 1,000,001 questions, I would think, and so many people have expressed a desire to do this. So I am planning on it, and we'll see if we can't make it happen on February 11th. So when I say minimal equipment, everybody's going to have a different view of what minimal equipment is. And even though they may provide a list, there's nothing to say that you can't go out and do it with your old Kodak Brownie. I'm kidding, of course, but the point is just to give everybody some info and an inside look at what they're planning to get into. Because again, when it's a business, it takes a lot of the fun out of what you're doing. So everybody sees the glory in just going to weddings and shooting photos, but what's the aftermath? Well, and how do you market yourself for whatever you're going to be doing? How do you get customers? How do you hold on to customers? And these are the
pay
questions
taxes?
Well, there you go. That's the business side. Absolutely. So are you going to incorporate? Are you going to be a limited liability company? Are you going to be a sole proprietor? These are the things that you need to think about and decide what you're going to do. So hopefully there will be, I don't know whether they are incorporated LLCs or sole proprietors, but you're welcome to ask them and find out what that means and what it takes to do that. Business licensing, we can't answer all the questions, but we can talk about, hey, here's some things you got to consider. Insurance, liability insurance, and all those things that go along with it as well. So anyway, that's what we're going to talk about, and I hope everybody will join us again February 11th. It looks like right now, and hopefully all the people that had said they'd be a part of it will be, and we'll have a great night to discuss it. Of course, that's a Saturday night because that's what's most convenient for most people. They can find a Saturday night. Weekday doesn't work so well for most because they're actually working professionals. So there you have it. And
mine is
by
scheduled.
the way,
oh, go ahead. Sorry, I thought you were wrapping up.
by the way, like and subscribe if you would, please. All right. All right. All right. So what were you saying, Zach?
Mine is scheduled for February 7th, but
Okay.
I'll probably just go ahead and bump that up to I'll do mine on a Friday, so everybody swing by my channel to see my perspective on that. The Friday before that stream, you said it's the 11th?
Yes.
Okay, I'll do that on the 10th, and then everybody, because what you're saying is basically exactly what that video is about in a 6.5 minute version. So it's kind of like how I approached it, and so it'll be a good it'll be a good precursor to the live stream the next day.
Okay.
Let me switch that.
Yes. I mean, that's a very vast subject, because obviously there's the business plan, there's your target market, then the must-have equipment depending on what market you're contemplating on. So if it's a wedding photographer, it's one thing. If you're into nature, it's another. And portraits, it's another setup. Maybe like Shewade did, you invested in your own, rented your property and your studio and the lights. So I think there could be a lot of streams depending on
Oh yeah, which is nice. We do it on a Saturday night. We've got a long time to talk about it. We're not going to answer every question. There are going to be questions that come up later that come up on the video after it posts and things like that. You're absolutely right, Andre. This is really just kind of an opening the door for those that are thinking about it. Maybe it's enough information they can say, well, maybe I'm not quite thinking about doing it just now, or, I need more information to be able to do it or whatever. But a lot of people have asked, when John was in here the first time talking about photojournalism, how do you get into photojournalism? We've had people ask about getting into portrait photography or wedding photography. And I'm trying to cover the gambit as much as I can with the folks that I can reach out and talk to, because they are working photographers and they can at least explain what they had to go through in the beginning in establishing the business, and then all the tips and tricks too, because I'm sure a lot of people are going to have questions about just the techniques used and things like that, which is fine. So yeah, this is really just a primer on the whole subject. You're absolutely right, Andre, and maybe it will spawn future videos on specifics within this whole conversation we're going to have.
Yes, exactly. For example, in my case, it was very interesting how I went into concert photography. So obviously I play in a band, and in Malta every summer there's this really nice 3-day Malta Jazz Festival concert. And I said, you know what, I used to see these photographers getting all these shots and being very close to the performers, to the artists, taking shots. And I said, what if I could speak to the organizers and tell them that I play bass and that I'm into photography, and I obtained a pass. It was a free pass, and that's when I said, it would be good to invest in a 70-100. And
Okay.
first I bought an F4 and then a 2.8, and then my shots started getting better, and the local Times of Malta then, they had a photographer who was unwell on a particular evening, and this photographer called me and asked me, listen, do me a favor, did you take any shots last night? And I told him yes, and the next day they were all the local newspaper, and I was so
Wow.
that's, yes, and
That's great. So
and then I started.
Are you a working photographer now? Is that what you're doing?
No.
Also?
I'm a financial advisor.
Okay.
Really?
Regulated investment advisor.
Okay.
And I also do business development and directorships and companies. But I do this I'm a hobbyist photographer. But,
Okay.
now every jazz festival I get my pass, and local artists, some of them, call me, are you available? I'm gigging, and
Let me ask.
So no, yes, sure.
Let me ask you this, Andre. Since you're a musician, you have a Nikon Z9, right?
Yes.
Why don't you get into local music videos? Local band music videos, or is video not your thing?
No, it's just I try to keep a balance, and
I see.
it's with family, 2 kids. So there's the band which we rehearse once a week. Then it's photography. Then it's visiting the parents on social life. So I'm jam-packed. In fact,
I I ask
the-
from the perspective of somebody with no family responsibility.
no,
Hey.
no.
Let me jump in here real quick. Hey, Roy, I'm going to put you on the spot and ask you, would you want to be a part of this because you bring that product photography business to the table?
Yeah, I would.
Okay. All right. Now, there you go, folks. So we'll have several genres to look at. And again, on the business side is the same pretty much regardless of the genre you're in. So everybody can weigh in on that. But then you can, depending on what you'd like to do, pick their brains and find out whether it's a fit for you.
I think there's less art in business than people think. It's more about getting the image for the people that want it and get it done reliably. So then they'll want you back again. They don't really care how good the picture looks, really. They just want the job done.
Well, there's nothing wrong with that.
So you mean I've been wasting my time making sure that I get steam above the
It all
warm
helps,
product?
but art directors and that just don't know the difference.
Yeah.
You talk to an art director, they think you're just someone that presses the button on the camera.
At least
don't
in
know
my
art.
area, it's hard to get people to pay. It's hard to get people to pay to have their products advertised as best as they could, and that goes for real estate and for product people. In my area, it's hard to get product work, and that's a shame because I have an awesome product set up, and it's hard to get real estate, and that's a shame because I have a really good real estate setup. So it's just nobody wants to pay for it. They just use their iPhones and call it good. Small business, they don't care. You know.
Yeah, I don't know anybody that has a wildlife photography business that's making a fortune. So
No, I don't either.
I can't bring that into the mix, but still, I think everybody will get a lot out of it. And you just brought up something in one of the comments there, Roy, talking about lighting for product photography. Man, that's it. That's everything, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
And
It's not
learning.
about lenses. It's not about cameras. It's mostly about lighting and the way you set things up.
Yeah, absolutely. And lighting. I mean, look at the products that you see in magazines and things like that. Man, that's just an art in itself.
It's just it's not that complicated. It's just setting it up. Some of these setups are very, very basic. Like, I don't know. I'll show you one.
Somebody hit the nail on the head. I saw it a second ago. It said product photography is really boring, but it's really profitable. That's true.
Me.
Was that you? Yeah, it's totally true. It's actually considered, at least to me, to be exciting whenever I have to go somewhere to take a picture of food because it's actually it's involved. Otherwise, it's like a white or a dark sheet, and I do like steam and stuff like that. I do it all composite now, but
lighting glass bottles, lighting porcelain, lighting shiny objects. I mean, the difficulty in that, being able to get the right highlights on it, food photography. And I mean, so many different things go into that genre and all the tips and tricks that go along with it. So Roy's being coy here. He says it's easy once you learn. He says it's easy. It is for him. He's been doing it for 30 years or more.
if you know lighting, it's really not that complicated. It's learn lighting. They want the camera to be able to shoot it 40 billion ISO and it'll be sharp, Yeah.
Oh man, it ought to be interesting though.
At these shows because they're all at the lighting parts and not at the cameras.
Yeah.
Hey Roy, what's the most boring object you've ever done a product shot of?
Most of them.
Surely there has to be one that's just like incredibly boring.
There was this thing I don't even know what it was. It was just a piece of plastic I had to photograph. It was just an ordinary piece of plastic, and that was it. I still remember how boring it was.
The most boring one I ever did, and I did it for free, but it was a bolt, like a piece of hardware, like a a half 13 thread, and about an inch and a half of thread on there, and they just wanted pictures of that, and I was like, oh man, I should have charged something for it, like, because God, that's just painfully
That's hard when you
boring.
think because it's small.
It's
You
not
have to
even.
photo stack that. You nearly you
Yeah,
have to
but
photo stack bolts and things
it's
because they're so small.
that's not that hard though. It's
No,
it's hard
not.
in Photoshop because at the time I was photo stacking or focus stacking on that laptop was a nightmare because it just didn't have the RAM to keep up with it. So it did take a long time, but it was painfully boring. Very easy to light, rather insufferable.
Yes, no, but at the end of the day, there is a demand. For example, I went to an electronics shop and I was asking them for a connector, and he opened this catalog which they received from the product, and it was jam-packed with photos of these network points and all these, I'm sure, really boring stuff. But at the end of the day, there's a demand because these companies need to explain what they offer, what they have. So as boring as it gets, there's a, the company needs to have their catalog, the photography taken for whatever piece of boring plastic part that can exist. And they need to inform their customers that we have this part, this boring part.
And that's honestly, that's if you can find an area where people value the product. The angry photographer said one time that the most money is in the unsexiest stuff, and he told the story about his landfill pictures that he had to take. Nobody even thought of that. He just kind of got lucky in getting that job. There's money in it because nobody wants to do it. Everybody wants to do fashion, and fashion comes like with its own like complications and stuff like that. But there's easy stuff out there that's like, this property is infringing on our property and we need someone to take pictures of it. Will you do it for $100? Yeah. It's not fun, but there's money there. People overlook that stuff. Even me, I don't go out and pursue the ugly, dumb stuff that nobody's doing, but it's out there. That little plastic part that Roy did. It's a gig, man. It's a gig. Nobody else is doing it. So.
Yes.
I haven't got this.
And what these companies do usually, they send you their products. You do it at your own time in a tent or something, and you decide your workflow sort of thing more often than not. When it's boring parts, like sparking plugs and latches and, all these things basically.
Albert makes a good point. He said nothing is more boring than taking photos of wedding cakes. But at the same time, if you don't have that, and then the rings and then the glassware that's on the tables, if you don't have that in your portfolio and your package, people are going to be like, why did I pay you that much? Now, wedding rings are a little different. Those are a little more complicated because you can get flare from your light stuff, but cakes are pretty boring.
Well, a few times I use LED lighting.
What's that?
The only time I use LED lighting generally is, apart from videos, is for jewelry. It gives a nice specular highlight to it.
Well, it's going to be interesting to talk about all this. I can see already it's generated a conversation here with us just tonight. So
that's going to be way more successful than I think anybody thought. It seems like a lot of people are interested.
Yeah.
I think that's good.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there will be. I think there are a lot of people that sit on the fence and they just don't articulate it, but they're thinking about, should I, shouldn't I? And it's not enough just to have a lot of people talk about your photography, how stunning it is. Again, I go back to it's the business side of it also, and that may take the fun out of it once you know what it entails. So, yeah, it's important for a lot of people, and even for people that aren't contemplating starting a photography business. I think it'll be interesting for them as well, especially when we get into all the talking about tips and tricks and things like that for different genres, and what you should be looking for and at, and equipment, and funny stories. Of course, Vahagen's been fantastic at sharing some of his wedding stories, and everybody here, everybody that's on the panel that night can do the same. I'm sure Roy's got some funny, no matter how boring product photography may seem to somebody, I'll bet he's got some stories that are pretty funny. Because you got a director. Yeah. So it ought to be a lot of fun. I hope everybody will join. I still have to talk to Baron. I haven't talked to him yet about him being in as well, but we'll see who all shows up, and I'm sure we'll have a lot of fun with it. I hope everybody will enjoy it. And Nancy says, if you work somewhere else, don't get into wedding photography.
That's an absolute fact. You won't have time for any other kind of shoot. I mean, that's where the money is, but God, weddings are insufferable. I'll never do one again. No, you guys don't realize I have mad respect for Vahagen for like that being his primary thing. Same thing with Darren Hackney, who's a local guy. I mean, he's the guy that I send when people ask me, do you do weddings? I say no, but I know a guy. I send them to Darren Hackney.
Yep.
Weddings are way more work than anything else, I think. And I'm talking about like physically, mentally, every single wedding almost doesn't happen. It seems like they almost all fall apart.
That's one of the things in doing this stream. When we do it, there'll be a chance maybe to network, for everybody to network, just learning about what each individual's doing, the opportunity to send somebody that is looking at a different genre than you're. Like you said, somebody that's a wedding photographer, you're a product photographer, you don't do weddings. Hey, I know somebody that does product photography, and here he is, blah, blah, blah. So it's another opportunity for people to share in the chat if that's what they're doing.
Yes. Zach, with regards to your comment on wedding photography, I admire Vahagen because he managed to find a balance. For example, I remember in one of his streams, he was saying he has a second tutor, and at a certain time, he just leaves. So it's, for example, at 11, he says, okay, now it's in the hands of the... So it's good when we all manage to find that balance, maybe in your case, you could say, listen, I'm collaborating with someone else. 6 hours in total, I'm going to work the first 3 hours and then you take over, something like that, if there's a demand and if it's good money, obviously. But
and if go ahead, I'm sorry, I thought you were done.
No, but then again, if it's a 6 hour commitment, it's tiring, and you say no more weddings, it's understandable, it's tiring.
If I were to ever get back into weddings, I would hire somebody specifically like Roy Bixby. It's like, I'm gonna go handle the people. I need you to pick up the wedding rings. I need you to pick up the reception hall, all those things, because he's good at that product stuff, and I can trust him to get good kind of behind the scene images. Right? It's like, you go tackle those, and I'll go handle these. Right? I'll go handle what I do, which is the portraiture and the movement and the dancing and the stuff like that. You go handle this stuff that I don't want to mess with today.
Exactly. No.
Hey, thanks, James. I hate you have to go. I sent you an email with a link if you had wanted to join, but I guess you're busy. But I appreciate you jumping in here with us for a bit, and you're always welcome. You know that, brother.
Later, my man.
What else? I had something I was going to say here. It doesn't matter. Not at this point. All right. David, you've been awful quiet up there.
Sorry.
Well, I've been having trouble trying to fit a word in edgewise, and I've been staying out of the professional photography genre on purpose.
Okay.
I make enough money from my other gigs that I just do what I find entertaining and enjoyable. and so I have no time for marketing, and I have to do my taxes anyway because of my other gigs, and that's a number of hours a month, and I've got all of these other things, but that's the way I look at it. I just shoot what I want to, and I shoot when I want to, and it's I don't have to worry about a client that says, "How come you didn't do this?" and "How come you're charging too much?" and I don't like the whatever of this, and you're not shooting Canon, so you're no good, and all the rest of this stuff. So I don't have any of that stuff to put up with.
No, you're right.
Great.
You're right.
Yep. And when I
That's-
shoot the Aurora, I don't have to worry about it yelling back at me.
That is that is the great thing about being a hobbyist is I don't owe anybody anything. I can shoot how I want, what I want, and whatever. It is nice. It really is. I that's why I would never want to be in the business of photography. But you know, again, I've told anybody that's a wedding photographer, my hat's off to you, because that's just a high pressure situation. Maybe not if you've been shooting them for a while, but I have to believe in the beginning it's a very high pressure situation because there is a delivery that's owed and you have to make it. Otherwise,
No
you're not going to
redo.
be a wedding photographer long. What'd you say,
No
Roy?
reshoot.
That's
No
right.
reshoot and weddings.
Yep.
I,
Space
you know,
how you doing?
by the way, Space People, your comment is hilarious.
Oh, man.
to David's point, that's kind of as far as like the business that I just started becoming an LLC. Photography is actually like photography itself is actually the smallest portion of like what my business model, what I want my business model to be. So like senior portraits to me are, I can produce an extremely high quality product and not bragging, but a better product, at least in my town, than any of the other work that I've seen. And I can do it at a really good price because it's here, it's local, and it's pretty low labor for me. And that's just kind of like supplemental. But I got into a spot that I can afford without revenue. That way I can structure around the things I actually like, which is teaching the genres that I really like, you know, and that may not be for everybody, but I guess I have a little bit of the teacher spirit. And then also like YouTube, I can do my thing on YouTube and it's growing slowly, but my business model is basically the LLC is something to file my YouTube taxes under and to file my digital products that I haven't made yet, but are part of the future plan, you know? So, but I still have mad respect for people that do want to go out and dedicate their life to actual work. I experimented with that and I hated it. I hated photography as 100% like profession. It's like, I want to do macro and nobody pays for that. You know?
Yeah. Hey, Greg Wilson asked a question earlier, a few minutes ago. And Greg, how do I keep the glare out of my glasses? It's all in the angle, man. It's the angle of incidence, the angle of the light, and which I'm sure Roy could talk about extensively being a product photographer. But yeah, I mean, now when I look up, obviously you can see the reflection. I'm looking straight at the light, but as I look down, you're not going to see that reflection in the glasses because of the angle from the light. So, but yeah, Roy could talk about that extensively, I'm sure. Let's see.
Your mic's off, Roy.
Your mic is off, Roy.
I do a lot with polarized sheets as well.
Okay. Yep. In space, people want to know what does Shewade
ask
have
a question to?
Yeah, go ahead, Andre.
Yes. Roy, so with all your collection of lenses, because I saw a comment in the chat, someone told us, space people, I think he said, hello, my fellow anti-froze. But actually, with regards to Jared, I don't know if you ever made use of his My Gear Vault, which is a free app, which I've been using it, I think, for like 4 years. And it's a free app, and it is, and you can use it for my guitars too, for example. So, and even when you sell something, it extracts a database. So I was wondering, Roy, how do you keep
I started to fill in
database of
one
all
at
your...
Nikon. I started to fill in one of those at Nikon, but I got tired after the first couple of days. It went on and on.
Did. I bet you did.
I was just
Do
filling
you have
in
enough
all
gear
day.
to qualify? You have enough gear to qualify for NPS?
Probably about 27, 28 times over.
So you could actually rent gear out and people could use it to get their NPS. on paper, Roy.
Yeah, you only need 2 cameras and 2 lenses, and he has like 4,700 of each. So some of that stuff probably qualified 30 years ago too.
It probably still does.
It might, yeah.
Hey, change the subject real quick because I was just reminded. A lot of people ask about what I use to stream, and I've talked about it in a roundabout way. But I'm thinking about putting together a short video talking about what I use, but not spending a lot of time on it, just so that everybody knows. Okay, here's all the equipment that he uses to set his stream up. But what would be the minimal equipment? I mean, that could be a million combinations, but at least a minimal kit to set up a streaming studio, whether it's your bedroom, a closet, the kitchen, or whatever, and with a light, camera, lens, microphone, and on the cheap. What would be the cheapest, but yet nice looking? There you go. That's cool. Roy's showing us his setup.
That's all I've got. A camera, going to webcam, and a cheap microphone on a stand.
Well, that's what I'm talking about is just, hey, I'm going to put together a little list. I may do this video, maybe 10 or 12 minutes, and list all of the equipment, where you can buy it and everything in the
just a laptop.
Chuck,
Just a laptop.
Yes, sir.
I can actually share my experience on this because this is the first time I did join the stream. So this is usually my music room and my photo editing room, where I relax and I enjoy myself. And I said, listen, if I'm going to join Chuck's production, I need, to set up myself. I don't want to use my laptop webcam, So I started off from a lighting point of view. I have these Philips, it's called the Hue system, where you decide on the color of the lighting and whatnot. Yep. Then I have a Z6 II, and instead of buying a dummy battery, I'm just connecting it with USB, giving me ongoing power, because it supports power delivery with the new ELC version of the batteries, which is good. So I didn't have to, just a USB-C cable.
Right.
And other than that, the lens is interesting. I'm using a TT Artisan 21mm f1.9. It's a manual focus lens, but it's Z-mount. It's excellent value for money, very good build quality, and it's one of my bargain buys, which I really like it actually. The focal length is quite particular.
Yeah. And that's what I want to bring up and, list a few items. I've already been researching, B&H and where I bought some of the things, Amazon, which is a go-to shop if you're a photographer on a budget, because there are some wonderful buys there for lighting and everything else. Just for anybody that wanted to set up a streaming setup. So yeah, I think I'm going to go ahead and push on with that and at least people have something to look at. But thank you for sharing what you have in your shack there, Andre. That's great, man. Yeah. I will guess though that you're shooting at about f8 on that lens.
Actually, it's on the lowest. It's at f1.9. but
No,
it's a
is it?
very
Wow.
wide. Yes, it's
Yeah.
a very wide, and that's quite so.
Okay. Yeah. I just wondered because I don't see you going in and out of focus on it. So,
Roy, stream with Chuck's favorite camera, the Z30.
yeah.
Well, for what it's worth, Chuck, that'll actually be if I would like to see that video actually get out, and I would like to see it go viral, because for what it's worth, your video and audio quality is better than most of the photography YouTube channels.
Well, thank you, man. I didn't see it being that way, but I appreciate that. But yeah,
It looks and sounds really good.
Obviously that's a little bit more money, but
well,
but still, yeah, absolutely. I think I'm going to put it together so that everybody knows, and you can only go up from the bare basics at the bottom. But the real thing is the lighting, and that's it, really. I mean, the bottom line is lighting for whatever space you're using. If you got, $2 million worth of lenses,
yeah, Roy.
That makes a great backdrop. That makes a great backdrop, and you don't have to worry about the lighting because everybody wants it bright so they can see everything. But
you
got David up here with the green screen, which actually looks great.
I would love for it to come out that Roy is actually a fraud and it's all cardboard, but I've heard him clang the metal stuff together, digging for stuff, and so I know it's real.
Green screen.
I've heard clink, 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 clink as he's digging through his hundreds of storage containers.
Yep.
He's got two real lenses that he clinks together when he needs to.
Well, I'll tell you what, Andre, using your music studio there is a great idea because it looks great.
Thank you.
It makes a great backdrop for your studio.
Yeah, it does.
Very moody.
Yep.
What's up, Yaman?
Yaman, how you doing, sir? Good to see you. And Rot Von Rant is in here. All right. Why is that so hard for me to say? Rot Von Rat. There you go, buddy. Oh.
There goes clanging stuff around.
Someone mentioned something.
What, a hacky sack? What is that?
Key mission.
Oh,
Yes.
Key Mission. Yeah.
Terrible
Okay.
camera. Terrible camera.
Luke says you have a backdrop to die for. Yeah, I think we all agree on that.
Yeah, those are very, very fine looking bases. I love natural wood colored bases. I don't have one, but that's my next one once I start getting back on stage.
Hey, folks, I'm going to throw this number up here again. If anybody would like to call in, by all means do. There's the phone number. You can call in, talk live to the panel and everybody in the chat. So there's the phone number. If anybody would like to call, it's available. Those of you that are in the panel understand that I now have a question in with Rode, because I understand it's not an issue with Restream. What I'm talking about is when somebody calls in, you can't hear the caller in the panel. Everybody else can hear. But I've posted a question over on Rode, the Rode website, and hopefully they can give me an answer as to why going through the Rodecaster Pro, nobody in the panel can hear the caller. So anyway, just understand that if somebody calls in, you may not be able to hear them, or they won't hear. How's it go? No, they won't hear you. I had it backwards. The caller can't hear you. All right.
Okay.
To answer Robert Varner's question, I think they just flopped hard, man. They're going up against the Key Mission cameras. Came out after GoPro was kind of already doing its thing, right, and leading the market.
Yeah.
If I got the time frames right, and so it was a valiant effort by Nikon, but I just don't think it was good enough. Like nobody was going to switch from GoPro to Nikon for it.
No, it's a good idea and it works reasonably well, but the quality's not there. It's a 360 camera, which is not usual, but well, GoPro's not a 360 camera. It's just a fisheye type
Yeah.
cheap camera. Hate the images from the GoPros.
Hey, Greg, don't worry about how small the
I
space
do
is.
too.
The wider lens, the larger the space is. And if you noticed when you're watching Jeffrey and he's sitting in front of his shelves with his lenses and things on it, it looks like it's a pretty good distance away. Well, he can reach back and actually turn his light on and off on his shelf. That's how close it is. And I have the camera sitting right in front of me. I mean, it's literally, well, there you go. That's how far away it is. I don't even have to stretch my arm all the way out to touch the camera. And the background, of course, just goes away, and not goes away, fades away. But I mean, it looks like it's 50 feet back there because it's probably about 10 feet back to the sign on the AP Studio sign. But anyway, yeah, a wider angle will help you out there. Of course, you get giant claw hands, but just don't put your hand up in front of the camera and you're okay.
It's what wide angles are great in like the YouTube sphere. Whenever like I just hung up some pictures from my background in my home office, and it's great because like you're never going to get really bokeh-licious bokeh at like a super wide angle. It's just not going to happen. And so you can use it at like f1.8 and you can still kind of tell what stuff is in the background, right? And so they're really good for like doing YouTube in the studio. Whereas like the 50mm f1.2, it will destroy everything right behind me.
Yeah.
But 20mm won't.
So, going back to my DSLR days videos, trying to do a live stream with the DSLR, it would aggravate me to death with the constant the noisy lens trying to hunt for focus. And you move just the slightest little bit and there it goes hunting again. While the D850 is an outstanding camera and a great camera for video as well, if you're going to pull focus, but don't think you're going to get away with autofocus. I don't care which lens you use. So I tried many.
Yeah, I found that it's the same thing when I use my D850. It's my webcam. I have it on manual focus, but right now I've got the Anitas Z6 II, and I have it set at 50mm, and it works great. It's quiet. I haven't lost focus all night. It's sharp, and it works well. Much better than my 850.
On that note, I actually have decided that I'm gonna back off the whole, like I made kind of like I've said a bunch of times that like the focus by wire, how much I hate it, but I've kind of come around that for as much as everybody is using their cameras for everything, video and otherwise, it's kind of the way that I think it needs to go, because you don't. Especially like with my teleprompter is really kind of where it came together, because that thing is literally enclosed inside of like a drawstring thing, and it's sitting right on top of the rubber wheels, right? And so the focus by wire it seems like it's just like way better. Like if you had to go and like physically like focus the ring itself, it wouldn't even be possible, right? But you set it up, you cover it up, and it's going to follow your eye all the time, right? Because it's like all electronic. It's just, I haven't quite put it all together, but I kind of get it, I guess. Like, with mirrorless cameras, I kind of get it now.
The Z6 is what I'm using right now, and I'll tell you, it's just a fantastic camera for this. It may be an expensive camera to be using for a streaming camera, but it works so well. The autofocus and video is fantastic, which is something you just can't take away from the camera. But when I was using my DSLRs, I was like you, David. I would actually go to manual focus because I just got tired of the noise and everything else trying to use autofocus. But the issue there is being a one-man band and you're using a 100mm lens, which I tried using for a different view and compression and everything else. being a one-man band and trying to get the focus set right so that when I sat down, I had a very limited space I could move, and I knew if I did, I was going in and out of focus.
you were trying to make a selfie style video with 100 millimeters. That's rough.
I had it across the room. Actually, well, anyway, it was my first attempts at trying to stream, and somebody even mentioned in one of the streams saying this has been 3.5 years ago. Somebody said, "Well, it was nice except for the camera hunting focus." And yeah, that's right. So the next time I tried setting the manual focus and setting manual focus up, so I'm shooting at f8, at least to try to have a little bit of depth of field, so that it's I'm not going to be rocking in and out of focus as I wiggle around in the seat. And I had to make sure the chair was exactly at the right distance from the bench. And what a pain, man. This new technology that we have and the silent focusing in these lenses is just fantastic. It makes this so much easier to do.
Yep. I failed with the Nikon Z9 this weekend because I made one video at my studio with the Z9 and it just looked so good that I'm like, I have to do all my YouTube videos with the Z9 now. And so I decided to set it up, took the Z6 II off the teleprompter, and that's just working as my tripod. I wasn't actually running any teleprompts, but I did not put the Z9 in full-time autofocus. And so I made a 30-minute video in continuous and didn't set it on my eye whenever I started. And so it was basically all out of focus. And I went back, I put it took 15 minutes because it was, I did it in 4K or whatever. It took 20 minutes to put it on my computer and it was all out of focus. And so that 30-minute video is basically the 4 minutes of which I was in Lightroom. So I put an hour into making this video for 4 minutes worth of Lightroom. Absolute fail.
or that just trying to make a video. And I try to use the setup the way it is right now when I'm just doing these little talking head few minute videos, thinking out loud or whatever I happen to be doing, a good rant or something like that. And, yeah, I mean, it works out extremely well. It really does. But I have often, when I'm doing that, forgot the audio and make three or four tries to get it the way I want it, thinking I have it the way I want it, and then go back and listen. I have no audio. I forgot to hit the button.
I've definitely done that.
What a pain. What a pain.
Yeah, I saved the video for the next weekend. Whenever I screw up with the audio, I'm like, I'll do this next week because I'm just gonna scream at the camera if I have to remake this right now.
There you go. There's another comment. I've received that so many times, Nancy. I shoot events, car and truck and motorcycle events, and everybody asks me who I'm shooting for. I actually am shooting for the promoter, but I do it out of the kindness of my heart just to go out and shoot something. And I'll tell them, and they say, well, can you send me a photo? No, contact the promoter, give him his name and everything, talk to him. He'll have all the photos and he can, but couldn't you just email me one? No, I can't, because you're the 30th person at this event that's asked for that. I would spend all day doing that if that's what I did. So I know it sounds terrible, but man, I get that question all the time, especially if you're carrying around big gear. You're right. Jeff, all right, man. I hear you, buddy. It's getting late. Man, I appreciate you and Leslie dropping in if she's in here as well. And I hope you have a great weekend. The rest of the weekend, man. I hope you get out and shoot something that you want to shoot. So for everybody, get out, shoot, and share. Don't forget to share. That's the fun of shooting too. Share it with others. So hopefully those that aren't will jump over on AP Studios group on Facebook and start sharing your photography there. It's really growing. I was really surprised at how much it's grown here in the past week or so. So here it is, AP Studios group on Facebook. Share your photos with the community. So shoot and share, folks. And there are some fantastic photos over there if you haven't been over there yet. I mean, there are some great photos. That's why I don't share mine.
And
Chuck,
consider printing your work, because it feels so good to look at something physical when you've been looking at nothing but digital for the last 10 years.
it's
Print
true.
Yeah.
it.
Nancy, you do share over there. That's great. I appreciate that, and I love seeing your work. I love seeing everybody's work. It's the wildlife shooters are just knocking it out right now. And
Chuck.
yes, sir.
It was a good idea also to change the name of the group. I agree with you, because instead of Nikon Amateurs Group before, now it's AP Studio, so it's in line with the YouTube channel.
That's branding.
Yeah.
Yes.
I
Zach, just a comment for you, Zach. I checked out your website. Very nice. I like it. Just, I don't think your Facebook link works on it. I don't think you have the Facebook.
I forgot that was on there. I need to take the Facebook link off my website, because once Facebook bought Instagram, they basically destroyed the uploading quality of Facebook to drive people to Instagram. And so I didn't want people going to my page on Facebook, and so I just deleted my Facebook page altogether.
Okay.
But thank you for the heads up, because now I can go to my website and take down that link.
Remove the icon. Yes.
Yeah, I had like 5 pictures on there. It was so abandoned.
Hey, Daryl, that's so true. I carry 2 cameras when I'm shooting events, or if I'm just out wandering around. Maybe it's an event going on that I wasn't invited to, but I find it and I go and I just take photos. It's funny how everybody assumes you're like some, I don't know, shooting for some newspaper or news channel or something, and they just invite you in as if you're supposed to be there. So that's happened to me several times, just based on the gear that I'm carrying. They just assume I have full run of the event and I can go anywhere I want. Now, that's not every event you go to, but it's funny how often that happens. You get invited in. Oh, please come on in and shoot this and that.
Yes, it's funny actually. The impression you leave with others. So, for example, when this summer for the jazz festival, I said I'm going to take my 200mm f2, and even walking with the lens, you see all the other photographers, official photographers, moving out. So you can walk with this with this lens. Now they were carrying. They were using 7200s, or 300s, but when they see this front element, and it's like, wow, respect, let's make space for you.
I think that they reason that only a professional that's supposed to be there would have such expensive gear. I really think that that's what convinces them that, oh, you're somebody. Because who's going to be crazy like I am, a hobbyist, and have a D5 with a 200 f2 and and a D800 on the other side of the strap with a 24-70. So it will get you admission sometimes.
Yes, it used to happen in air shows too. I have a Sports Sigma 152-600, which is for air shows. It's an excellent lens, even in terms of autofocus speed. And again, when I'm with this lens, somehow everyone is like, let's make space for this guy who must be working with a newspaper or something. Oh, wow, yeah. There you are. Wow.
That reminds me of that. That reminds me of that great Aussie in the movie. That's not a knife. This is a knife.
Hey,
That's
Roy.
not a lens. This is a lens.
That's the 800, Roy.
Hey, Roy, you have to be careful pulling out artillery barrels, because I don't think you like weapons on Facebook.
Oh man,
that is a barrel out of an Abrams. Okay.
It's heavier than it looks.
No, I don't think it is. It looks heavy.
It definitely looks heavy.
Well, look at that glass, man.
That is an
David, I'm loving the hat up there, man. I'm loving the hat.
So heavy.
Well, there was a comment from from Michael.
Okay.
He said that all I need is a 6-shooter and a cowboy hat. So look, got that sheriff look down pat, you know. So
No, man, you need a whip. You look like
Actually, with a hat like that, I think a Tommy gun will work too.
I like it. Oh
Well,
man.
You could easily be exploring like Indiana Jones, or like running a like a mob ring in the 20s.
mhm. Well, I've been out at night on, and I actually got behind security, and because I was taking pictures and I was there with my son and I was wearing my reflective vest and whatever, and we were taking our time going through the site, and it even got to the point as security was coming up and checking all the tents beside me, and to make sure there was nobody there that wasn't supposed to be, but they were ignoring me.
Yeah.
You know, because I was just taking my time going from place to place, and we'd set up, and this was at about midnight, and I was taking all of these after dark shots of the dragon boat races and whatever, and it was great. We were out there, and they never asked me for identification or whatever, and so I never offered them any. I just kept on going.
You know what I find hilarious is you guys are sneaking into these things, and at the same time in California, Vahagan is getting shut down because his camera looks too nice to be just having fun with.
Yeah, well, Yaman talking about he was questioned about his ZFC. You know, it can go either way. There's no doubt about it. There are some professional events you go to, and you know, as just a somebody going to see the event, and they're going to question you. They won't let you in with all these lenses, and you know that has to do with their branding and the whatever. If there's somebody that's actually an entertainer there with trying to control the photography or whatever photos of them and everything else. But for local little events going on around town, I found often that I'd walk up and they just assume I'm supposed to be there and just give me carte blanche to go everywhere I wanted to go to take photos. So, yeah, it can also spell doom if you're trying to walk into a concert somewhere and you weren't invited as a photographer, or going into any sporting event. You're not getting in with a telephoto lens. That's not going to happen. So, yep.
But another thing, what you can do is if you got a friend that's a security guard or has got a jacket that looks like the security guard, you say have him accompany you.
Yeah.
You know? So you got your own security presence, and you can use that to get around.
Yep.
Maybe I should do a whole YouTube series. I'll just get a shirt, like a shirt and a badge that said like Wade Tribune, and see how many places I can get in.
It's funny. It's funny you mentioned that. What are the two guys? I haven't watched them for so long. Oh shoot. I can't think of their channel, their names. Anyway, he talked about, had a whole video about making your own ID card, photographer ID card, because there are so many things that are so general that go on there. The other thing, he was talking about making it specifically for traveling on aircraft, because there is an exception that's supposed to be given to photographers. And I thought it was a really great video, but he also showed how to make a video putting the little, what's the little seal, or not seal, but what's the little things you scan now for information about a product or whatever?
Your barcode.
The QR code. Yeah. How to get that? How to also get the little sealers, or even buy cards that already have the monograms built into them. The little whatever. It makes it all official. It looks official. And using your own website to if you scan the QR code, it goes to your website, makes it a little more official and in nobody's eyes, that wouldn't know any better. I thought that was fantastic. That's a great idea. Not just for
business. My new business cards well, they're not business cards or YouTube cards, but I have a QR code on those to where I can just like hand them to people. They just hold their phone up to it right to my YouTube page.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's really nice. I said monogram, holograms. You can buy card stock now. These regular ID cards that have holograms built into them. It doesn't have to be anything official, but when they turn it back and forth, they can see a hologram of some sort. That makes it official. I mean, it's funny how much you can get away with. So he was talking about that. He goes to the airport, he pulls his thing out. He has the quote from the FAA about photographers and gear. And, he said it doesn't work every time. Sometimes they really challenge it and they're still going to back down, even though it is from the FFA, their little comment about photographers, anybody that's a working photographer. So I started to make one and then I gave up on it. And this has been 3 years ago. I should have done it, but a little ID card. It said photojournalist. You can put anything you want on it. Yeah. And
I love that.
Who's to say you aren't, especially if you have an LLC, if you are a business.
Right. What do you call me, a liar?
Yeah. Have you been published anywhere? Well, not yet, but.
Yeah. Okay.
No,
so
we're
you
on
need
AT Studios.
Let me show something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You get two of them. One QR code that goes right to your website. That way it looks official. And another one, if they're like, no, we're not buying that. Be like, oh, I'm sorry. That was the wrong one. You give them the other one and it just takes them to a web page with a big middle finger on it. And then you just like scurry. You just like run away. Yeah. Go ahead and scan that as you scurry off to hide in the bathroom.
Yeah. I thought it was a genius idea. Uh-oh.
What I suggest is, like, this is a lanyard, with a pass, which I usually get.
Yep.
And so sometimes when I forget to apply for a pass or something, I just put this on, It has like Malta festivals here written, and security just let you in. They don't bother to check if it's the current version of this actual concert. So I suggest that lanyards are kept. So
especially at music events, because those are like standard, it's literally just like in the movies, whenever the fake FBI guy goes up and shows his fake badge real quick and nobody questions him,
And we're not talking about doing anything illegal here, folks.
No.
Not at all.
But if you shoot regularly, and why not have make yourself a badge? It might not be a bad idea today, considering you're walking around with gear sometimes, to have a badge that just says who you are as a photographer and blah blah blah, especially when you get into the Karens of the world. They're going to challenge you, but why are you here? Why do you need a camera like that? I'm a photographer, and here you go.
That's
What
right.
I started doing too, from a security point of view, is I just in my think tank or Tamba bags, I put in an air tag at the very bottom. It's hidden, so if so sometimes if you're carrying a 200 f2 and you're shooting, and you have 3 other lenses in a bag amongst other photographers, to stay carrying everything. So at least I have some peace of mind that if something had to move away, I'm notified through the AirTag, the Apple AirTag app,
You know what? You just reminded me of something, Roy, with that comment. You have to have, you don't have to have it unless you're a commercial, for commercial use of a drone. But if you do use your drone in a commercial or for commercial purposes, then I would definitely have me a badge made with that and all my information, because you have to pass the test and get, at least in the U.S., get an FAA number and all those different things. Yeah, that makes it official, and it probably stops a lot of fighting and discussing or whatever when people challenge you. Yes, I am licensed. Here's my badge. I am so and so photography or whatever, drone aerial photography or whatever. Great idea.
Yeah, I'm actually not even allowed to use my drone for B-roll footage on my YouTube channel because my channel is monetized.
Yep. Yep.
Well, Zach, it doesn't matter. According to the FAA, if your channel is monetized or not, as long as you're putting it on YouTube, you need your Part
Really?
107.
So it doesn't even have to, because it was just for commercial use, right?
Everybody
Like you
pause.
had to have a license if you made money.
Everybody say
but
good
now they're
night.
saying anything that you put on YouTube is commercialized. But
Everybody
it's not
good
that way
night
in
to
Canada.
Nancy. Nancy, I hope you feel better, and glad to have you in here tonight.
Have a good night. Get to feeling better, Nancy.
Yep. NASA needs you.
Yes.
We need NASA. If it wasn't for NASA, we wouldn't have computers.
We also wouldn't have power drills. Those were
No.
invented to solve the problem of being able to do work on satellites in outer space without electricity.
Huh.
Interesting.
Odd, pointless fact. I have lots of them, but I'll just give you that one.
Oh man.
You know what's wild? Next time you want to complain about a feature that's missing on your camera, there's more processing power in your Nikon Z6 than there was on the landers that landed on the moon.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh man.
Just saying. It's just saying. Be grateful for what you have.
Yeah, Yaman. And you know what? It started out with a bang here in the U.S., and then it started getting complicated. And then there were, depending on the weight of the drone, you would have to have a permit or you wouldn't, depending on how much it weighed. Then to use it for commercial purposes, you have to go through a process to get licensed. Yeah, and then everybody seems to have their own rules as to whether you can use it in their vicinity or not. National parks became an issue. And I just saw a video today talking about the fact that you can't use the video or photos you take in national parks for your YouTube channel for commercial purposes. Again, being monetized on YouTube fits the commercial purpose rule. So it's just getting crazy. I
Just
can understand
like
why they may
everything-
wanted to limit. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, just like everything else, it wasn't a problem until people started being stupid. And so,
Well.
like with drones, I'm sure that somebody didn't have the common sense not to fly it over a runway, right?
Yeah.
And then, like with the
chasing the Boeing 727. Yeah.
or like at the national
Taking pictures of
parks,
their loved one in the window as they taxi down the runway or something stupid.
right? Like at the so at Yellowstone National Park, if you go there, the reason signs exist is because somebody didn't have the common sense. And so there is a sign at every entrance that says "Do not molest the animals," meaning somebody went up and tried to get close to a bear or a moose and they got mauled, right?
Yep.
And so I bet somebody was at a national park and they were trying to chase around the United States national bird with a drone, you know, because they were being dumb. And now nobody can do anything without taking a test.
Roy has the answer here. Just string your...
Do it right by an airport for safety.
Well, don't they have things built into the drones now that it won't operate within a certain range of? It won't even operate?
No, that's only for DJI.
Okay.
If you have a drone that isn't a DJI, that doesn't apply to, and then you can get an exemption for your DJI drone, and that's what happened in Canada. It took them 18 months for the report to come out, but the police were flying their drone at 400 feet on the approach to a runway, and a Cessna was coming in with the student pilot, and it's the drone pilot, being that he was a policeman, figured that all these rules didn't apply to him.
Yeah.
And it's he supposedly had an observer watching the drone, but the observer was in the back of the car watching the feed from the camera, and the drone was 500 meters away, so it's pretty hard to see. And the Cessna hit the drone. You know,
Yeah.
and it took quite a while to figure out what the problem was, but the whole thing is that the drone pilot didn't get permission to fly there, Didn't tell anybody that he was flying there. He was listening to the aircraft on the radio,
Yeah.
but he was doing 17 other things at the same time. He was overtasked, overworked, so he didn't tell anybody that he was there. So he get hit. And I
Well,
know of another instance. It still had to do with the police. It was a police drone and a police helicopter. They hit each other. The helicopter had to land, and they couldn't fly out. They had to fly the helicopter 500 miles out to be repaired.
Wow.
With the second helicopter. Had to ferry it.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't take much. Like if one of those, if a drone gets sucked into like a 747 engine, the engine's done, and everybody on board better hope they have a good pilot. Like it ain't no joke. But people not having the common sense is the reason that the rules have to be so strict, and the people that are borderline intelligent that thought better of flying it over a runway, have to suffer. So
my understanding is that because I recently invested in the DJI Mini 3, which is a sub 250 gram drone. It's fantastic, actually, the quality. But my understanding is that there are on these light drones, the restrictions are way less onerous. So even in Malta, for example, for that type of drone, all you need is an insurance policy. You don't need to, because it's very small, very light, very, once you go over the 250 grams, then it's a different story in terms of, possible danger.
Yeah, Andre, every country is different.
Yes.
And sometimes different places in the country is different. Like in Canada, national parks, it's a restricted zone for flying anything. I think it's either below 3,000 or 5,000 feet. So you need special permission to fly lower than that.
Okay.
That's basically documentary crews are the only ones that are ever going to be allowed.
Well, and you need permission from parks, but you also need it from Nav Canada to do that. And it's but provincial parks are interesting. You cannot land and take off in a provincial park, but you can fly over them.
Okay.
So what I do is I go 5 feet outside the border, I take off, and I fly over the park because that's legal. Because flying in the air, that's federal, whereas if I land, that's provincial. Different jurisdictions, and it's similar in the States, I think. Anyway, but it's but I've got 2 drones, one sub 250 and one over, and depending what I'm doing, which I use. But I would sooner use the bigger one all of the time, but I've got the licenses so I can get permission to fly most places.
Okay. Cool.
Hey, Charles, good to see you, buddy. I hope you're doing well, man. Thanks for dropping in.
Yeah, I haven't seen you in a while, Charles. It's good to see you.
So how many likes do we have, Chuck? I know
50.
it's not enough.
I don't
50.
know.
50
No.
likes.
Oh, well, that's wonderful. I appreciate that.
Yes.
Joe Dixon just got here. How's everybody doing? Joe, we're doing well. We're not far from the end, but glad to see you drop by. We've talked about everything under the sun, and we're now talking about drones. It's so easy here for topics. All I have to do is open the channel, and you guys come up with all the topics. I think it's great.
Well, Chuck, what we haven't talked about like at all is the title, the title of your show. Like, are you actually getting rid of your stuff finally, or are you just struggling to get rid of it?
Well, I'm a little of both. I am going to get rid of some things. I don't know. I'm going to get rid of it. Eventually, it's all going to go. And we were talking, Andre and I were talking. He wanted to test his setup for his studio. So we talked for a minute yesterday, and we talked about that because he noticed the thumbnail, obviously. And I don't want everybody to think it's clickbait. It isn't. I just got to have something to put on the. What do I put on a thumbnail? You know, every week we're going to do the same thing. We are going to talk about what we talk about, which is everything under the sun. And, you know, again, I'm back to, I think I'm really treading new ground here with this concept. And how many people do 2 live streams a week? And if you know of a channel that does it, please let me know, because I want to go check it out and see how they handle their thumbnails. I mean, it's 104 topics over the year. So, but anyway, I am going to get rid of eventually it'll all go, no doubt about it. But I am going to liquidate some of the stuff here sooner rather than later. It is hard to let it go. And for a lot of reasons. It's not just the fact that, you know, I have such an emotional attachment to it. I hate going through the process of having to, you know, sell equipment and do all that. Yeah. And it does, you know, it does hurt. Everybody's felt that when they've gone to sell equipment that's used. You're not going to get what you want out of it necessarily. So, you know, you got to be prepared to, you know, accept that as well. But yeah, I'm going to get rid of it. And I've had several people ask about the D500. They want it. And, you know, I guess when I've really limited myself to almost no F-mount glass, that'll be the time to say goodbye to the D500. I don't shoot it anymore. I really don't. Took it out the other day just to click it a few times, you know, make sure everything's still well lubed and working, but that's about it.
You know what's really painful right now is like used prices here recently have been like outrageous, but like trade-in values are the exact same.
Yeah.
Like they haven't gone up, but like everything else is like way high.
Hey, Yaman, I'm actually researching that now. I'm actually putting a couple of shirts together for WPPI for me. And I don't know that anybody would be willing to pay what it's going to cost me to get these shirts done. Basically, it's the same shirt I have on now, just about, with AP Studios across the back, embroidered, and AP Studios, and then live right underneath that, and then my name across the pocket in the front. And anyway, once I get those done, I'll have them I'll be wearing it out at WPPI. And but if anybody would want one, I'll check into it and see how reasonable I can make that. But I am also looking at T-shirts, AP Studios. I got to wait till I get monetized. I can't do anything on here. I get, you know, shot by YouTube for selling, offering, or anything. It's just the way they are. But as soon as I get monetized, yeah, I'm gonna get some T-shirts and things together. You guys have come up with so many great ideas for T-shirts. It's hilarious, some of the things that you've come up with. You know, when we were on the grits kick, there were several ideas for the grits T-shirt, and everybody's going, "What's the grits T-shirt?" or "What's the grits thing?" Well, you got to go back and watch a few streams. It's been a while ago, but we got on this grits thing. I don't even know how we got on it.
I don't remember where that originated from either. It just started happening. Yeah,
and now everybody's going, "What's grits?" So, but anyway, yeah, I'm definitely gonna come up with some things and T-shirts if anybody would want them, and just want to have fun. We'll have fun with it, and we'll definitely take ideas.
What you want to do, Chuck? Just like before we move on, like whenever you get into T-shirts, what you want to do is you want to use a service like a print on demand. Do not buy them and hold them, because I decided to do the print on demand thing just because it was easier. But I've literally never sold a single T-shirt off of my website. Never. So had I ever, like, nobody's ever bought one, or a hat, or a cup, or whatever. The only ones that have ever been made were for the free giveaways. Imagine that.
Yeah. And but, I'm not one of those people. I don't want to run my own merch store in the basement or all that kind of stuff. Have to worry about shipping and everything else. It would tie you up tremendously. So yeah, I'm gonna look for some of those opportunities. Huff
Exactly.
Photo just started his merch, and so yeah, I'm going to look at some of those opportunities to make it easy. I'm not worried about making any money on it. You know, just the fact that people would want it is enough for me.
Zach, can I suggest something?
Yes.
Very basic.
Go for it.
I love the t-shirts on your site. It's very simple. You should wear them during your videos. You know, your Z-Wade photos, your cap. You should wear it. Yeah, at least. I mean,
I have a couple. I have a couple of times, but the reason that I don't always wear a Z-Wade photo shirt or a hoodie in my videos is because back whenever I pretty much like lived on a stage every weekend in different bands, my mentor, he always told me, he said, if you wear a band shirt on stage, you never wear your own band shirt on stage because it looks arrogant. You wear somebody else's shirt on stage. And so I kind of brought that with me, but it's different because this is a business. And I plan, I will a little bit more. I have about 3 of each of the colors. You're the first person that said I should. And so maybe I should.
Actually, I'm thinking of maybe being your first customer to order the black top you have with your aperture and your logo in it. It's cool, you know. It's not like Shewade. It's very subtle, and I think it's cool. And your mug, why not?
Well, thank you. I'm sure the shipping will be outrageous to wherever you live. Would you say Malta? You're in Malta?
It's in Europe, yes. It's like south of Italy. So yes.
Let me mention this to you. At my 1,000 subscriber watch party, and I'm never doing this again, I did like some free giveaways, and one of the guys that I basically pulled everyone's name out of the hat because there weren't that many people that wanted to be in it. And he said that he wanted a print. Everybody else, there were 3 people that wanted prints. One was in Washington, one was in like Oregon, and the other one was local-ish. And so to ship all 3 of those was about $13. That 4th guy was in Argentina. Cost me like $120 to send it to Argentina. So like my total was like $133 and his was $120. And so it was so painful. But whenever he got it, he sent me he had somebody take a picture of him holding my print with a pair of latex gloves so he didn't get fingerprints on it. And I was like,
okay,
it's worth it. Worth it. It made me feel good, but dadgum, that was expensive. That's seriously, at that time was like, now that would have been more than an entire month of YouTube revenue.
Wow. All right.
So yeah, that was painful.
I agree with you, Jones. His channel is cool. Mr. Z-Wade.
Mm-hmm.
Well, thank you, Jones. I appreciate that. I'm trying, man. I'm trying to switch it up and find like a look that I like a background, or backdrop. I'm trying to experiment with stuff, and I'm trying other stuff. I don't know. The news flash videos seem to do pretty good here recently. Some of them, the Canon ones are bombing, but the Nikon one did good.
Yeah, well, the news flash. Come on, man. You know why that was a hit.
I don't actually. They just the title for the Nikon one.
Shewade, man, Shewade.
Oh.
I mean, that bit of humor goes a long way in those. It really does. I don't know how everybody else feels, but
no, it's the initial click. Like the first Nikon one and the first Canon one had almost the exact same title and the exact same thumbnail. The Nikon one did 500 the first day. The Canon one has done like maybe 70 in like a week now. Like it's doing so bad. I have no idea why. They look the exact same. But yes, there's definitely better comments on the ones that have Shewade in it. But it took me 2 months to find that wig. It was lost for like 2 or 3 months.
Let me tell you, it was a little crooked, the last video, so you may want to look in the mirror.
It was crooked.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
The part was off to the side. Now, no, she
Oh,
really
yeah.
is different. She might be that
Yeah,
way.
no,
She
no,
might like,
No,
Uh-huh.
well, now I can tell you. I actually, I kicked it off to the side on purpose
okay.
because I was trying to get it on, like I was trying to put it on, and it was getting hooked up in my glasses, and I tried to take my glasses off, and it was like knotted, and so I had to stand in front of the mirror and like unhook it, and then whenever I got done, I straightened it up, and I was like, oh wait, no, that looks so stupid, kicked off to the side, and so I did kind of kick it off to the side, and I laughed at myself, and so I decided to like leave it that way.
Yeah. Oh,
You're
man.
the only person that's noticed it.
Z-Wade, but I wanted to congratulate you on the thumbnails. You're doing an excellent job, in my opinion. They're very
Thank
catchy,
you.
very easy to read.
I agree.
Well done, well done. It shows you're putting in a lot of thought and effort.
I'm trying, and I often will change titles and thumbnails as I go if they don't perform. In fact, every 3 months, for anybody that's thinking about starting a YouTube channel, this is the worst part. About every 3 months, I go back and reevaluate the click-through rate. And if they're doing poorly, I have to go back and fix the thumbnails of all of those to try to get them to perform better. But I think they still look basic compared to other people. But both you and David Moot said you like them, and so I'm rolling with what works for now, I guess.
No,
Well, I would say they look better than mine, but I mean, do I really have to say that? I'm going to get crayons and just take a picture of my crayon drawing as a thumbnail.
You know what would be funny, Chucka? You were talking earlier. It's like, I don't know what my thumbnail is going to be. You ought to make your thumbnail a thumbnail and see if people think it's funny enough to just click on.
Yeah, make it big.
This is my thumbnail.
A great big thumb, picture of a thumb, great big one, and right on the thumbnail. Yeah, yeah. Hey, anything. You know what I struggle with again, though? I go back to, I struggle with the topic. There are certain times throughout the year where certain things are going on, and it's easy to have a topic because it's what everybody's talking about. When the Z8 gets announced, guess what? That's going to be the hot topic. Canon drops the R1. Are you kidding me? That's going to be a hot topic. So it's easy to do it when things like that happen. But how about the rest of the month?
No.
So,
but Chuck, it's good what you did this time. It doesn't have to be a straightforward subject. It can just be a simple thought, like it's so hard to let go. That for me was catchy, because it creates a sense of nostalgia and what is Chuck about to do, so it doesn't have to be we're discussing f-mount lenses, for example, because that can be all right,
Well, I appreciate that feedback, and I've had a lot of people that have emailed me about different things with the. I listen to everything people send me, and just while we were in the stream, Abbott sent me an email and said, here's a suggestion. He said, I love the show, blah blah blah. Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that. But he said, here's a suggestion, is take the hot moments within the stream and put them together in just a video after the fact so people can go and check out, what these bits and pieces that were funny or informative or whatever. And, then they don't have to go through 3.5 hours of live stream to find that information, which a lot of people won't do. And I understand that. Again, we're trying something new here, but I love getting emails like that. And I love when people say they enjoy it and here's what they enjoy, because that helps me to figure out, okay, where do we want to go and how do we want to continue to go down the road with the live streams, But I thank you. That's good feedback, Andre, on this last topic in the thumbnail. But I've got to get off my behind. I've got so much to do. I need to spend more time with this, as if I don't spend much time with it. But I've got to spend more time with it. And we're going to continue to get a little better throughout the year this year. I got to get out of this house. And once I get out of this house, it's going to be different. I get out of the house, I get down to my forever home, And then I'm going to have the opportunity to set the studio up and spend all my time just doing this, something I'm really enjoying, and things will get better. I'm not making excuses. It's just the way it is. But I do enjoy the feedback, and thank you very much, Andre.
I've been to the US actually, Chuck. I did my studies there in 1995. I was in New Hampshire, and then I spent 9 months in Phoenix, Arizona, a beautiful
Okay.
state, studying there. And I was also in Connecticut. Are you moving there, or what's the link with
No,
Connecticut?
I'm in Connecticut, and
Okay,
I'm
yes,
moving
yes.
south, moving to Tennessee.
Okay, cool. Hopefully that will happen this year, correct?
Yes.
Your
Well,
target.
yeah. I got to believe it will happen this year. It's kind of like Nikon has to produce another camera this year. I have to move this year.
You guys are all looking forward to Nikon releases, and I'm just looking at how painful it's gonna be, because for me, everything that everyone is expecting, I want. And
Yeah.
based on what I think the price is going to be, and Nikon's definitely not going to sponsor me anytime soon. Got the Z8, the 35-1.2, the 135, the 85. All of those things are like stuff I use all the time. Everything I have right now is like the weird stuff that I fill in later.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
It's like
Guys, what are your thoughts on Nikon discontinuing the speed lights, basically, at least from the Grays of Westminster stream? That was like the news that
you just perked Roy up, because he's already.
Yes, not many people use speed lights anymore. I certainly hardly ever use them.
My thoughts,
since they put batteries in strobes, I've lost interest in speed lights.
My thoughts on that is I think Nikon is going to let something like Godox lead the way on that.
Okay.
I think they're kind of like how they've, at the very least, I don't think
Like
they're going to put
Tamron.
any. Exactly. They're letting Tamron do things under their name. I think Godox is going to, at the very least, do that. Nikon has already shown that it can have a good relationship with somebody like Tamron, and people will buy it. And so I think maybe they'll partner with Godox, or maybe even Westcott. Westcott is actually their 400-watt monolight is actually like really popular. And so I would like to see them partner with someone like Westcott, honestly. But I think that's what they're going to do, speed light wise. Let somebody else take it and just focus on making the best glass in the industry and filling in their camera line.
Well, Jones Smith says it only works in the studio. Roy's talking about the Godox lights. He just had the 80s. What is it? 600 Pro or 400?
Yeah.
It looked like the 600.
I think I used them outside too, to overcome sunlight and things like that when you're doing a shoot. So
No, I think so, but I think what he's really talking about is
wildlife. He's talking about wildlife.
or even just the portability and in the wild. Okay, not on wildlife, but in the wild. Okay, yeah, and that's what you were saying, Roy. But the 8200 was it's an incredible light for what it does, and it is very portable. You can't mount it on. Well, you can mount it on your camera in the hot shoe, believe it or not. I don't know that I would want to, but you can. I mean,
speed lights on your camera are terrible anyway.
Yeah,
you don't want speed light on the camera.
So, I think the days of speed lights are passing by for their, they were convenient and everything else, but it takes away from some people because speed lights are very cheap, and you can buy them cheap now, and they are very good, especially in the Godox line, or if you go to Adorama, you can buy it's rebranded Flashpoint, and and they're fine. If I were going to buy, I mean, look at what Profoto's doing. I mean, their speed lights have grown actually in size. I don't know how much longer they're going. I don't know how much longer they're going to last as far as speed lights. You've got some people out there that still swear by them, still use them extensively. One was just at Imaging USA, Mr. Seth Miranda. He's a big believer in speed lights, still shoots them a lot. Well, Joe McNally, I haven't seen him using speed lights lately.
No, he's gone to Pro Photo.
Yeah, he, if there's anybody that's Mr. Speedlight, it's Joe McNally. But I don't know. I don't know what Nikon's going to do. I really don't. Or, I think they're just going to align themselves with like Pro Photo somehow. Yeah. They've already said that, sort of. And they brought up Nissan, or I don't know how you pronounce it.
Nissan.
Yeah, but I look at their products as being...
Doesn't Nissan make ramen noodles?
I don't know. But my point is that it just seems like very cheap equipment, when you're looking at that stuff. I don't know why Nikon would partner with them, but who knows?
I'd like to address Joan Smith real quick if I can. He said that he knows that the Z9 has higher resolution, but the R3's larger pixels collect more light. I agree with you, but I would count your days on that, because I think the next, well, first of all, like noise performance is getting like way better, and already right now I don't really see an issue at like 25,000 ISO, but I also agree with you that I'll take resolution these days, especially 61 megapixels is really attractive right now. But I think that argument between less pixels gathering more light, I think that is quickly, especially like with noise AI getting super good, I think that's going to disappear soon. But that's an interesting topic.
Physics proved that to be true, but tech is now finding ways around physics. And I know that doesn't make sense, but I mean, it's fixing it after the fact is what tech is doing. But I'm okay with that. I'm really okay with that.
I'm a resolution guy too, so I agree with you, Jones. The Z9 files just look good, man.
I find that my Z9 files are better than my D850 files. And my D850, I turned the resolution down to 24 megapixels. And my Z9 is better than the D850. And it's also better than my 810A, which is made for low light.
Oh, you're saying the resolution in lower light situations, 24 versus 45, the 45 actually looks better on the Z9?
Yep.
Nice.
It looks better.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. Like, the technology is just getting better, A lot of the arguments are disappearing these days.
And it's just so much easier to shoot after dark with the Z9. It's like I can shoot the Aurora, and lots of times the autofocus will work on my D850. But focusing on the Z9 is just like a day off. It's easy. So much easier, so much faster. And
even the Z5 too will focus in almost pitch black. Like that sensor lights up, it finds it, and then goes back to pitch black, locked on focus. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, like I don't use the starlight at all on my Z9 because I don't have to. If the exposure is right, I can focus. And I'm just so every time I take that thing out, I'm impressed, and it's work. And last night, Nita had her Z6 out the same time as I had my Z9, and her pictures were noisy and mine weren't.
Oh, look, I know, Zach, you're looking for a higher megapixel, maybe Z8. I know that Con over at Grays Westminster has been hoping for that as well, and other people. And Mr. Roy Bigsby there. I don't. I hope. I just want him to take the sensor out of the Z9 and give it to us in a smaller body. With all the bells and whistles that go along with it. Not everything. You can't do it. We've talked about that as far as size of the body. It's not going to allow you to do everything the Z9 does, and definitely not going to have the same battery life.
I'm okay with that.
But, and that's what a lot of people are looking for. They love the Z9, and a lot of people are looking for, like you said, higher megapixel. I had hoped that the Z7 III would become the megapixel monster, which would be for product photography,
And
studio photography.
if that's the case, that's what I'll get, Chuck, instead of the Z8
Yeah.
because
Well, and that's the way I feel about the Z8. If the Z8 comes out, I mean, there is a good chance that I'm going to pass on it if it is just this super high megapixel monster. Not because I think it's wrong, it's just not what I want. And I may opt for the Z6 III, which I've said recently, because I'm looking at maybe even more video coming up here in the future, and I'd like have the same autofocus and everything going on in the Z6 III at that smaller pixel pitch, and hope that it would be a lower light monster more so than the Z6 is right now. But anyway, I may opt for that. I don't want another studio camera. I've got the Z9, which checks that block for me with no problems at all. But I hope you guys get what you want, whether it's Z8 or Z7 III. I know there's a big desire out there for another super megapixel camera, and I hope you guys get what you want, whether it's Z8 or Z7 III.
I want Nikon to do some prices right stuff. It's like the 1000 and they come in with 62 megapixels. That's what I want them to do.
Zach, can I ask you a
beat
quick
Sony
question?
by one. Yeah, go for it.
Zach, so why did you feel the need for the use of the Z5, the purchase? What were you looking for when you decided to go for that body? And at what stage did you do
that? I actually got the Z5 because I didn't have insurance at the time because I didn't have a business. And I wanted a camera to take with me everywhere. No matter where I'm at, I always have a camera with me. And I didn't want to take my Z6 II because it's like twice the price. And I definitely didn't want to take the Z9 everywhere I go. And so regardless of where I'm at, I have a lot of like candid photography that means something to me, but it's kind of lame for YouTube. But I usually have a camera on me, and it's usually the Z5.
Good. It's a good.
The Z5 needs some. The Z5 needs some more love from us and Nikon. It really does, because everything I see
agree.
about the camera is it's a great camera, great entry level camera, and it definitely needs more love. And that's our fault as much as it is Nikon. So yeah,
I'm telling you, the Z5, 4.5 frames per second. Who cares?
yeah.
And it's cheaper, and everyone says, oh, it's $1,200. Surely it can't be as good as the Z6 II. Sensor wise, and I know Albert will agree with me on this. There's a difference between the Z6 and the Z6 II. The Z6, for whatever reason, I like the black and white images a little better. I like the black and white images from the Z5 better than I do the Z6 II. So it is a little bit different, but that sensor hits above its price tag, in my opinion. If you get rid of it's not as good at eye tracking, whatever, all those little things that people complain about, the sensor, if you can just love a sensor for its image quality, the Z5 is uniquely awesome at its price tag.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I mean, considering where it is in the price lineup, you're not buying it to be a event monster camera, or a birds in flight camera. You're buying it for that reason, because it is at a price point that's affordable for entry level into a full frame sensor camera, and it does a great job. I agree. I don't own it. I've never shot it, but I've seen some, folks that are shooting it, and that's the thing that Becky brought up on their live stream yesterday, talking about it doesn't get its fair share of limelight, and it is a great little camera.
Yeah,
and it has the same Max Speed 6 processor of the Z6, correct?
Yep.
2 card slots. Okay, they're SD, but I mean, for that frame rate, I think It's a fantastic
Yeah, it's totally.
price point.
Well, at that price point, nobody can bash it and say, well, it should have. Well, if it had what you're asking for, it wouldn't be at that price point. That's what the
Exactly.
Z6 is there for. The Z6 line is there for.
And what's nice about it too, as a second camera, it can also take the battery grip too. So,
Yeah.
And it's not a dumb battery grip like the Z6. It's actually the controls, I think.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know how much better it is, Rakesh, and maybe it is, but here he says refurbished Z5 right now in Nikon USA at $799.
And that's insane. That is a good price, guys.
Yeah, absolutely. There you go. Michael says, I'm thinking about buying a Z5. Well, there you go. Rakesh just dropped the bomb for you, Michael. If you can swing it, that's not a bad price.
If ever there was anybody ever considering doing a B&W conversion or like an infrared conversion, a Z5 for $799 is the best price you're ever going to get on a camera that you don't mind effectively ruining the sensor to make it like a permanent black and white or infrared.
Yeah, Nick,
that's the way to go.
Yeah, Nick, it is. But again, going back to the price point, right now in the Nikon lineup, that's a great price point to get what you get in the Z5. Now, as other manufacturers continue to push higher tech down into lower cost bodies, it's going to be hard for Nikon to compete on that front. But the Z5 is, it's a great camera that just doesn't get its due. Maybe we should start pushing that and talking about it more. I think you should do a review of it, Z-Wade Photo.
I have a bunch of Z5 videos.
Did you?
Yeah, you just don't follow me, Chuck, and it's apparent now.
Well, it's a different AP Studios that goes over there in comments.
No, I'll do more Z5 stuff. But see, for me, the Z5 is literally an exact mirror of what happened with the 600 series. Awesome cameras. I rolled the shutter on one and bought another one. It just didn't get a lot of love. It doesn't perform hardly any different than the 750. The 750 got all the love.
Yeah.
But the D610's killer, man. People that are more into lenses the few people that are thinking about getting into photography, and I ask them, I'm like, what interests you? Landscapes? Or they're like, oh, really? I think the lenses are cool. I'm like, okay, get a D610 and you literally have thousands of lens options.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, Nick's talking about here. He says the Z50 is doing the job for me really well, but I think the Z5 would be better. Well, Nick, the whole thing about it is there are people that just want APS-C for whatever reason, and I'm not an APS-C lover, so I can't explain that, but maybe they can. But yes, if you ever intend to go to full frame ever, then yes, the Z5 would be a great camera for you in lieu of the Z50. No doubt about that, because you're gonna start over time collecting glass. And the big cry out there right now is Nikon never takes care of APS-C with glass. It's typically third party, but the third party glass is pretty daggone good. I will say that. But yeah, I think APS-C has a following. With shooters that have been shooting for years, no doubt about that. But it's really, I thought it was really meant to be an entry level camera or, APS-C, because the prices obviously are cheaper and things like that until you get into a pro body. But, the D300 was not a cheap camera, and the D500 was not a cheap camera in APS-C, but they're different cameras in the APS-C line. So I don't know, man. I just hate to see people go out and buy a bunch of glass for APS-C if they think or know they're going to go full frame somewhere down the road.
Especially with the Z5 being at its price, it's like The difference is really, or it wasn't. I haven't looked at Z50 prices, but at one point it was not that much different. And so, if you think you want to grow, I mean, let's be real. Okay, the full frame glass is always, that's where the top of the line glass is going to be. And so, if you're in it for the long haul, right, then full frame that's the lenses that you build up to for the premium glass. If that matters to you, maybe you like the 1.5, like Chuck was saying. If you're like a dedicated crop sensor guy, fine. There's some benefits to shooting full frame. And to me, if I was to, with all the knowledge I have, go back and I look at the Z5 at this price and the Z50 at this price, it would be obvious to me. But to each their own.
Hey, let me add this one thing, and then I got to run the little boys' room again. We're running not long, but past my bathroom break. Anyway, look, here's the one thing that nobody knows when people bring up these topics and talking about in this case, a Z50 compared to a Z5 or a Z6 or whatever. I don't know what your financial, I'm not talking about you, Nick. I'm just talking in general. I don't know what your financial situation is. And sometimes we'll make recommendations and it doesn't fit your financial situation at the time. And I understand that. But when I'm talking about these things, I don't know that information, nor do I really want to or need to. So, but if people want to add that into the equation, then that makes the discussion a little bit different. I mean, you following what I'm saying here, guys? It's so hard to recommend when I don't know how much money you can afford to spend or want to spend or whatever. And a lot of people will talk about that after the fact, saying, well, that costs X, Y, dollars. And, I can't afford it. Well, then, help us out when you ask questions. Not you, Nick, again. I'm just talking about in general. Help us out and, let us know you have a budget that you have to live within, or at the moment you can't afford, you'd love to have, but you can't afford any changes. Okay. We understand that. If you're just asking a question to, know the difference between the two. Am I rambling too much?
Well, I would like to, while Chuck goes to the bathroom, with that in mind, to answer Michael's question, full frame Nikon Z5, what's the best used lens for a decent price point? Okay, so I have one in mind, but I want to know what your give me a budget, or say prices of no concern. Because if prices of no concern, it's really, really hard to not suggest the 50mm f1.8s, because even new price, it is so good. It is way too good.
I agree. I have that lens. It's excellent value for money and really nice bokeh, very silent for video, autofocusing.
Yeah. It does everything way better than it should for its price.
Exactly.
But if we're talking like a smaller budget, the 40mm f1.2 is way too good for $300. That's new price, brand new, $300, and it's super good. But if you have another price range in mind, I could try to help you out with something else, or just tell me what you like, kind of focal length or whatever, or if it matters at all. This is stuff I can't answer, excuse me, on my YouTube, because it's just kind of focused on like the one thing. And I don't really get a lot of comments on specific recommendations. Nick's, go ahead, Andre.
No. Even the 2470 f4, if someone is starting, as a kit lens, which came as a pack with the Z6 initially, I think, and even the Z6 too. I think, again, as a starting point, you have a bit of zoom, you have a nice f4 constant aperture, so I think that's. But as you're saying, it depends on your use, what are your intentions. So
I would not recommend to Michael the kit lens that comes with the Z5. While it's a totally fine kit lens, I think it's like a 25-60. The 24-70 f4 that Andre is talking about, while expensive for a kit lens, it's it's probably the best quote unquote kit lens that I've ever seen from any brand ever. It's like the colors are way too good to be a kit lens. Yeah, it's a f4, but it's a constant f4. I hate variable aperture, and so I will take a constant f4 versus like anything variable 3, 5, 5, 6. F4, 5, 6, whatever. I think the used prices on that is still probably high because it's a kind of expensive lens, but it's super good. Okay, we see $300 to $500 on the low end, $500 to $1,000 on higher end. Definitely the 50mm f1.8s, and you'll probably have a little room left over for the 28mm f2.8. But don't get the SE because it's more expensive and it's the same optically as the non-SE, and that'll give you a wide and a standard. And that's it. or you can just buy the 24 to 70 f4 like Andre said, because that lens is killer. Brand new, $1,000.
Okay, it's $1,000, huh? Yeah.
I think so.
Okay. Yeah.
I think so. I would rather have 2 primes with wider apertures than a f4 zoom personally, but that's me.
No, it makes sense.
The Nikon Tamarons are perfectly fine too. They're not my favorite, but the 24 to the 25 to 70 Tamaron, that's 28 to 70, whatever, 75, whatever that is. That one's pretty good too for an f2.8. I'm biased because I had the 24 to 70 f2.8 already whenever I reviewed that, and so I regret that video a little bit because I was comparing it to the 24 to 70, which is not fair because that's one of the best lenses Nikon's ever made. Under $400 for the 24 to 70? I'll get that one, Michael. I didn't know they were that cheap.
Okay. Huh.
I thought they were way more expensive than that.
That's true, isn't it? But
That
that's
is a
not,
steal.
it's on KEH, yes. So it says used.
Yes.
Used
I guess that depends on the condition. I suppose I could look it up, but if it's like bargain for $400, it may not have a rear mount. So you never know what you're gonna get. Have I missed any? I think that's been everyone's been chatting.
So Zach, you're all set in your studio now. Everything is in order, sort of the lighting and the video cameras and everything. The security cameras. The security.
Yep, I've got all that set up. The security cameras are really more of a deterrent. They get turned off whenever I'm working in my studio because I often do bodyscape and nude work, and having a security camera on is not a good look. And so I turn them off whenever I'm not there because I have insurance on all of my stuff. But
Okay.
yeah, but that's all set up. I'm kind of in a weird spot. I don't know if I want to make most of my YouTube videos with my studio in the background or my home office in the background. And so I haven't quite decided on that. Now that I have my pictures hanging up, I think this is kind of better aesthetically. But maybe I'll do both. I don't know. But it's been a lot of fun, man. Depending on how long I'm there will depend on at what point I get a large printer. That's my next thing. Just slow right now, man.
What sort of printer? Laser or inkjet?
It will be the. Now I have to look it up. It's an inkjet. It's not a laser. Well, the one I currently have is a Canon Pro 200, but I will probably end up with a 2100 because for whatever reason Staples sells them for $1,000 less than B&H.
How come such a price difference?
I have no idea. I think Staples is drinking on the job or something. I've never seen a discrepancy that big. Is it
Great.
safe to have your camera in silent mode or in electronic mode? I think I heard it could damage your camera or something.
Haven't
I
heard
haven't
that
heard
at
that.
all.
I
No.
haven't heard that. I would recommend mechanical shutter anytime you're not specifically it's not specifically requested to be an electronic, just because I think the quality is a little bit better. Especially, I mean, nobody's mastered rolling shutter except the Z9. I can't get the Z9 to have rolling shutter issues. I've tried. I think the R1. God, I just broke my toe on my footrest. I think the R1 is going to. I think the R1's going to do it, but I don't think anybody else has except the Z9.
I
The
think
A1
the Sony
controls
A1's pretty good at rolling shutter as
Yeah.
well.
Did
Yep.
it? Okay. Yeah, I haven't looked at anything. I haven't even watched a single review video of the A1. I don't know how that's possible.
Here you go. The new ZFC, the black ZFC just bought, has a loud shutter sound. Okay.
Really?
You know what's funny? You bring that up, and I don't want to change the subject, but Tom Buck, that was one of the complaints he had about the Z9. He didn't like the artificial shutter sound. He preferred a good old mechanical clunking shutter. He said he likes the tactile feel of it because he can feel it and he can hear it. So, that's just, and he talked about it. That's just him, but
That's actually
You know what's
one of
funny?
the reasons. Sorry.
No, you go ahead, man.
Talking about loud shutter sounds, that's one of the reasons why I got rid of my D4S, which I used to love. But it was so loud. I mean, once I was in this small theater. I was asked to take some photos, and the sound is like chuck, 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 chuck. Talking about chuck. But it was, I mean, and even the silent mode on the D4S, it's still, I don't know about your D5, Chuck, how it was, but
Look, I don't shoot in churches for weddings where it has to be silent. I don't shoot golf where it has to be silent. So the shutter sound never bothered me no matter what.
Okay.
And he was specifically asking about street photography. I've done street photography with my D800, my D850, and my D5. And, it never bothered me to have a shutter sound. But that's just me. So
no, the D850 is way more silent.
Yeah.
Compared to the D4S, for sure. I mean, but the D800 was very loud too.
I
Yeah,
think
50's got the magnesium mirror box.
yes.
Okay.
He says he doesn't mind the sound either. He doesn't want to be noticed doing street photography. Yeah, I guess I get that. I just didn't find it so. Depending on where you're doing street photography, but I was doing street photography down in New York City. If you can hear a shutter in New York City, it's the end of the world. Nobody's present.
Honestly, I mean, they're all better than the film days. My Nikon FM2 sounds like an M1 Garand bandolier flying out of the top whenever you've emptied it. It's got ting.
Yeah. Yeah, Joan Smith said it's going to be,
It's satisfying though.
And there are people that enjoy the sound of different shutters. You're right. So yeah, again, street photography is its own animal, and I know there are people that are just absolute street photography crazy. There you go. That's beautiful.
Nice.
It's kind of hard to hear the ping,
Roy is
but it goes
searching
clack.
for something.
Yeah, Phil. If you're shooting down in the city, it shouldn't bother you at all. You're going to hear it. I think a lot of times because we can hear it, we just assume everybody else can hear it, and that's probably not the case unless it's a very silent or very quiet location that you're shooting in.
Oh, that's a good one. What is that?
That's the F3, I think. F2AS.
Oh, yeah.
Beautiful sound.
You know what's funny? I think it was when the Z6 or the 6.2 It was one of the Z cameras, and they're all pretty quiet. The angry photographer, when he was reviewing it, which he doesn't do anymore, he said it was obnoxiously loud. And I'm like, what are you comparing that to? Because I can barely hear the Z cameras. Like, barely. They're like that's it.
Next generation will be mirrorless anyway. Will be shutterless.
Yep.
I want Nikon to take the Z9 concept, only because I haven't found any drawbacks at all with the speed of the shutterless sensor. I want them all to be like that, because that's one less thing to fail.
Me too.
You know,
the only drawback I've found is it doesn't trigger some of the OEM flashes.
Oh, see, I don't do that, and so
That's the only drawback. But to me, it doesn't matter.
Hey, Joe, it's in the description. You ever want to join, just send me an email, man. So there are plenty of streams ahead. You haven't missed the opportunity.
Hey, space people, be careful saying stripper clip. Either Shewade or the bots will be in here.
All right, Sith just showed up late. And here we go. Here's another reason why people say, well, why do your streams run so long? The thing about running this long is there are people that are busy up front, or it's a time zone issue. And as we go through the stream, so many different people filter through, and it's always nice to see everybody get a chance to jump in for a bit. Welcome, Sith.
Yeah, I agree with you, Joan Smith. It does seem like that shutters got quiet kind of fast, and I would probably agree that the internet complaints, YouTube probably drove the reduction of noise. I like a satisfying click myself personally, but like Leicas have a uniquely they have like their own sound, like everybody used to have. In fact, you can go online and look up sound bites of like hundreds of different cameras and figure out what your favorite is. And I saw a YouTube video, I don't know who it was, but they were talking about, maybe it was Julia Trotti. She was talking about how it was like the cat meow on the Z9. And she was talking about how cool it would be if eventually there was a database where you could put whatever sound you wanted in your Z9. And that would, it was The Verge. The Verge was talking about it. And that would be cool because like if you like the click of a Leica, you could just like put that in there and that would be the sound that you get. Like that would be super cool. That would be super cool.
Yeah, it would.
Hey, Roy, your mic is off.
You're muted.
Anyone
that's just let him go.
Anyone that's complained about cameras making noise should use a medium format film camera. They really go clunk.
Okay.
Oh man, it's a shame James isn't in here. He'd definitely talk about that too. Man. Yeah, February is here.
Really?
It's basically here. I mean, so yes.
Had me wondering if my rent was paid on time. Don't scare me like that.
Yes, it is. And again, CP Plus is what we're looking forward to. CP Plus has got to be an announcement stage. It just has to be.
Hey, Seth, the D4 had a very satisfying shutter sound to it too. And it was like literally like taking a wooden spoon on the backside of like a rowdy kid. It was just like I loved it. It was satisfying.
Right, I think you're still muted. If you try the shutter sound, or
I sound better muted.
Thoughts on the e-shutter versus mechanical shutter read speeds? Well, I mean, it's really there's such a huge difference. I mean, E is going to be, the electronic shutter is definitely going to be the fastest of the bunch. And there's only so far they can go with mechanical shutter. And they've been pushing the limits, I think, up to 14 frames per second on the shoot 1DX Mark or whatever, the last of their DSLRs, and
My old
I don't know how
F3
much.
does nearly that.
Yeah, it's just,
It's amazing how reliable mechanical shutters are, really, considering what they do.
Oh, he's talking about the read speeds of e-shutter versus mechanical, which I have literally never looked at in my life.
well, the
Shouldn't
read
make a
speed in the
difference.
Z9 is phenomenal. Same thing on the A1. It's phenomenal. Although the A1 does drop to 60 hertz, I think, or whatever it is. The Nikon Z9 remains at 120. You can actually set that in camera for it to drop the
That's the EVF though,
readout.
isn't it?
He's asking which has the least amount of rolling shutter. Mechanical is always going to have the least amount of rolling shutter, except with the Z9, which is all electronic, which I can't get to have rolling shutter.
Well, yeah, well, it's only up to a certain speed. Then you're going to have to go to a leaf shutter to really eliminate rolling shutter. So no matter how fast it is, I mean, we haven't seen the likes of the Z9 or even the A1 until we got electronic shutter. And of course, Nikon, not just electronic, there is no shutter.
Yeah.
So, but the read speeds are what determine that the ability to read that quickly.
For what it's worth, I haven't found a situation where I can actually test rolling shutter all the way up to like 132,000th, because I don't have there's no lighting situation where 132,000th of a second would work. You know, I have used 132,000th of a second with the 50mm f1.2 in the summertime, broad daylight, destroyed background, and it was awesome. But that wasn't a moving subject, so.
Guys, I was wondering, now moving forward with the electronic shutter on the Z9, how would one gauge the wear and tear on a body in terms of, compared to the mechanical shutter count? Now, is that on the same level, the electronic shutter count?
Is there any wear on a shutterless camera? Is it virtually no wear at all, is there?
Exactly. So
the only mechanical piece to it is the shutter on the Z9 is the shutter cover. That's it.
Yeah.
Yep, the sense. That's a good question that I've thought about, Andre, a lot.
Yeah.
And I have no idea. It's literally if there's no proving ground, because I don't know if Nikon has run through enough shots to see where the fail level is for the electronic shutter. But electronics don't last that long these days. And
No, they don't.
I don't know how Nikon set that up. I'm sure, being a flagship, they probably expect it to last a really, really long time. But I wouldn't be surprised if the future is shutterless cameras. I wouldn't be surprised if they design them around lasting a certain amount, because I'm sure they're good enough to design something that's only good to 500,000, because they want you to buy a new one,
Yeah. Well, Andre, if you're shooting a video at 30 frames a second, that's 108,000 frames per hour. So 500,000 is nothing. That's not even a day's work.
Yeah.
And so you're in the millions per week.
Jones, check out Math Photographer on YouTube. Math Photographer, like arithmetic math photographer on YouTube. And he did a great video for both, looking at rolling shutter. And also, if you want to see another test, Vitaly on Touch Life Studio has a video on the Z9 on his test for rolling shutter. It's not the most scientific test in the world, but you get an idea of how well it's controlled.
And you know what? Credit where credit is due. Vitaly was the first person, and his channel was really small at that time, and he was the first person to really put out a really good video testing that. So, dude, credit to him. He got on that first, as far as I could tell. And that is a very good video. Vitaly's is very good.
Yeah. Oh, let's see. Phil talking about the 85 1.2. I'm anticipating that it will help me make a lot more money doing portraits. Clients really love some good background or good bokeh. So you're going to do a lot of outdoor portraits, I guess. Okay. Yeah. You know, and there are people that are saying that it's overlived its stay now. Bokeh background, blowing backgrounds out, and other people still love it. You know, it's fantastic. If you're going to shoot in a studio, it's not going to really matter at all. I mean, other than if you want to do some creative portraiture, meaning the ears are out of focus and just the eye is. And you know what? Yeah, one eye. I mean, but you know what? That may make some very creative portraits. Who knows? I want it for that reason because I want to use it in an artsy mode at 1.2. I'm not buying a 1.2 to use it at f5 all the time or f5.6 or f8. I will in the studio, no doubt about it. But outdoor portraits, different deal. You know, you're shooting it wide open for portraits. Yeah, absolutely.
Although I do have to say, just because I've been pushing this, it is not going to make you a lot more money. It's going to cost you a lot more money, and post processing is what's going to make you the money, man. Just throwing that out there.
Yeah. Jones.
Go ahead, Chuck.
I'd say Joan Smith is still talking about the shutter over here. Sorry, I passed some of those looking to see how far behind I am. Mechanical shutter can last 500,000 and exceed 1 million. Yeah, it can. You know,
My default is over 900 already. 900,000.
Yeah. But that you know, and he's talking about replacing the shutter is relatively, you know, cheap. Or, well, I guess whatever you consider relative. But, you know, we still don't know whether, you know, how the shutterless camera is going to hold up. We expect it to hold up extremely well. But if you experience problems, I mean, I don't know what they would be. But obviously, I don't think that they would be as cheap to repair. But I can't anticipate any problems.
We're not going to know for like at least 3 more years. Like, you know, because even if one fails soon, it would be pretty easy to chalk that up to just like some kind of factory mishap. You know, they already had they had one recall, you know, and maybe it was just a bad batch of sensors. But for the most part, I don't think there's a proving ground yet. Mm-hmm. But that's the price that you pay whenever you innovate. So Nikon innovated that. So
I don't think it
Jones.
was the sensor. I think it was something in the mount itself. There was like a screw issue or something. How it latches on.
but similarly, like there may be like a bad batch of sensors at some point, but you're not going to be able to know for a few years, you know. We'll see.
Yeah.
You know, this is a good point Jones is making here. I'm thinking about the Z9 and the A1. You know what? And the only advice I could give to somebody that's in that, I'm a Nikon shooter, but I'm not going to sit here and plug Nikon. You got to buy it. You got to buy it. You got to buy it. You know, the Z9. I think you would be happy with it. But the real deal is are you going to be happy with which camera would feel best in your hand? I mean, at this point, both cameras are great. They really are. And I'm not trying to sell Nikon, but you're going to get cutting edge video capability if that's a consideration as well. Maybe it isn't. But are you going to be happy with the big vertical grip body of the Z9, which I love because I've shot flagships, you know, D4 and D5. I just like the feel. Are you going to be happier with a smaller body in your hand like the A1? It's really just, it's down to that. I mean, you can't go wrong with either camera. I don't think. I'll let these guys weigh in.
Well, Joan Smith makes a good point. I don't know that it's people just failing to understand. It's just not talked about a whole lot. But yes, the main board, those are very, very, very delicate. I don't know if you know this, but facilities that make chips and things like that actually have to be something like 10,000 times more clean than a hospital operating room. And so it takes like almost nothing to ruin a main board. A little bit of vapor, you know. So I mean, you're totally right on that. But yeah, I just wanted to throw that out there. I don't even
I
remember what the
consider
main question
what
was.
lenses are available for the camera for the use you need too, because
Yeah.
like Josh turned to Sony because there was no 200 to 600 available or 600 millimeter at the time.
Mm-hmm.
If
Yep.
you need a
I have
camera to do a job, you need the lenses to go with it.
And there's nothing wrong with that being your reason. I mean, the bottom line is everybody that bashes somebody for being in a certain brand, I think it's just, you know,
It's so dumb.
Yeah, it is. I mean, you know, it doesn't, you can, I'm not going to switch from Nikon. I like Nikon equipment. I have to make that distinction now because I don't like their marketing or their production rate, but I like their equipment and I have no desires. A lot of people say, well, you need to go try a Sony, you know, try the A1 or the A9 or the whatever, and, or the Canon R5. I don't have any desire to do that. I'm not saying that Nikon's better than those other cameras. I'm just saying I'm happy where I'm at, and that's it. But
Not
again,
to Chuck, not to quote Jared again, but this is something which even he says, and I agree with him. If you're already heavily invested in Nikon glass, like I am, I cannot imagine myself going to sell the 1424, the 2470, the 70-200, the 200 f2, all that glass. He says, go for the Z9, you know, because
Yeah.
it is the best. And it's true. It's, you know, so now if I'm starting from scratch and all of a sudden I have this budget available, then that's a different situation altogether, you know.
yeah. So, and now we're back to financial situation. Does it make sense for somebody that isn't relatively wealthy to switch systems? No, probably not. But if you can afford it, there's nothing wrong with doing that. Even though people are going to pick on you and criticize you and everything else, the bottom line is make yourself happy within your financial means. That's it, period. If you
I
want to
can,
flip every week, that's fine. If you can afford to do that, by all means, go do that.
if I may add, Jones, I agree with you that none of the cameras today are better than the other cameras today. That's true to an extent, unless you are getting into ridiculous levels of testing to the point where it's not relevant. I will say this: I don't know if you're subscribed to my channel or if you watch my videos. I invite you over. Subscribe if you like the content. But here recently, I've shot the R5, I own the Z9, and I tried the A7 R5. And what I learned, because I never really had a good reason for being in Nikon, but what I learned is that the most important thing to me is how comfortably I can get from point A to point B. And so since all the cameras are excellent, the performance is basically how good are you at diving in and getting it set up the way you want, then that's really what matters. And so how comfortable is it in your hand? The Sonys feel awful in my hands. They hurt. And the Canon R5, there's not enough distance for my hand between the premium fat glass and the grip. And so if you're considering the A1 or the Z9, I would either rent them if you don't have a legitimate camera store, and Best Buy is not a legitimate camera store. They're a store that has cameras. Go somewhere that has both of them, hold them for like 5 minutes, right? If the Sony digs into your hand, it will always dig into your hand. There's no other way to hold it. Go for the Z9, right? But if the Z9 feels like bad in your hands and you like the little cutout for your finger, go for the Sony A1. I think we agree as far as what these cameras can do and will do. And so you're in the same boat I am, I think, and that's just whatever feels good to you. As far as Nikon goes, their glass is better right now.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only fact that in my testing that I can find.
Another point, like to give you the European perspective, one point of consideration for example, Maltese residents is the service, the agent in Malta. Since it's a small country, you have one agent selling Canon and one agent selling Nikon. No Sony agent. So Sony, whoever wants a Sony, they get it through Amazon, etc. So when it comes to after sales here in Malta, you'll never see, I never saw or hardly ever saw, in a concert, you see Canon, Nikon, and hardly ever you see a Sony, for example. There is a Fuji agent. So after sales, the support you're going to get after if you have a problem, I think those are very important things to consider before investing in such a, expensive hobby at the end of the day.
Jones, I have not shot the 150 to 400. In fact, I've never shot an Olympus camera at all. But you were talking about balance. I don't have a Sony A1 in my hand, but if you would like, I can show you because I can get my Z9 if you want. You can choose almost any lens in the Nikon Z lineup, and I can show you on camera that with 2 fingers and the Z9 grip, almost every single lens will balance on 2 fingers. Because that grip is just it's just like the perfect amount of depth of fingers. But yeah, I can show you that if you want. It's not so much the case with like the Z5, like this wants to fall, but the Z5, C6, Z7. But when we're talking Z9, hey, pick a lens, man. I got the whole Trinity. I got most of the primes. I'll pull it for you right now. I'm gonna grab my Z9, and then whenever I come back, I want a lens suggestion.
All right, folks. David's going to pull out. He's had enough. But David, I got to compliment you again on that hat, and Space People also complimented you on your shirt. I think that's a great combination there, man. You look like you're ready to go on an adventure.
Well, that's kind of like the idea, like the photography is an adventure.
Yep.
It's a lot of fun.
Yep.
Get out, have a good time, shoot what you want. And if we're lucky enough to not have to worry about the bills, that's even better.
Yep. Absolutely. Hey,
Yeah.
David, thanks for being in here tonight, man, as always.
Okay. Yep. Talk to you later.
All right, David. Have a good night, buddy.
Bye.
Bye. Chuck, we're almost
Yes, sir.
reaching the 4-hour mark, and
Yes, sir.
unfortunately, I have to make a move. It was great to join in this, live stream, and hopefully it won't be the last time.
I hope it won't. I hope you'll join us from time to time, as often as you like. I really appreciate you jumping in here tonight. You're the first to take me up on the challenge of don't just be in the chat. If you want to be in the panel, you can be in the panel. And Andre is now living proof. So everybody give Andre a round of applause. And I think you were very comfortable in here tonight. And not everybody is the first time they're on live. So
Okay. Thank you very much.
but thank you for being in here, Andre. Looking forward to more with you.
Thanks. Keep up the good work, even you, Zach.
Hey, thanks, buddy.
Take care. Bye
Take
for
care.
now. Bye.
Bye-bye. Oh, man.
All right, Mr. Jones. What, Mr. Jones and me? The Counting Crows. So right now I've got the 20 millimeter f1.8, as we can see, 2 fingers.
Hang
else?
on a minute. Hang on a minute.
Oh, you gonna make me bigger?
There you go. Made you bigger.
Let's see. Here is the exceptional 14 to 24. This is actually kind of a lightweight lens, all things considered. But look at the balance. It's almost like parallel to the wall. And I don't know what else you want to see. I want to get the big boy out. Actually, I need to see how the 70 to 200 balances. If this balances, then
Well, I doubt that it's going to balance, but it still feels good in the hand, and that's the thing. You
yes,
know?
it does.
It's
I don't know, Chuck. I wouldn't.
no. Well, not bad. Not bad. Yeah.
2 fingers. It's not falling. That grip is super deep, man. and
Yeah.
look at the distance here. On the Sonys, you're literally this close all the time, and this happens a lot. And that doesn't seem like a big deal until you've been walking around for like an hour and a half. But that is super, dude. I shoot this Z9, at $6,000 after tax. I shoot this without a Black Rapid strap. Oh, like a lot. I don't even do that with the Z6 because it's not like as deep, or the Z6 too. And so, yeah, man, the grip is phenomenal on Nikon cameras. And most people agree. Most Sony shooters, Canon shooters, historically, even back in the DSLR days, not a whole lot of people argue with Nikon ergonomics. You can complain about button placement, but they have always gotten this right, So, anyway. So, yeah, that's the heaviest one I have. If I had... David Moots has the 600, and he said that he would be willing to try that holding it by the pinky only. He just told me that. That's an absolute lie.
Yeah, I think the D850 was about perfect for size.
And it was actually too chunky for my hands. That's why I never got one, because I felt like... But I have short, stubby sausage fingers. I have bad fingers for photography. This is like Vienna sausages over here, man.
You're not going to be a pianist, are you?
Actually, Joan Smith, I do not have the 85mm f1.8 because I didn't find that lens to be particularly exceptional compared to some of Nikon's past 85mm. It's kind of slow. It's kind of obnoxiously a portrait lens, and I like lenses that do a lot of stuff. It's really slow. Absolutely beautiful in the studio, but it's just not... It's one of the weaker performers. It looks good. It's super sharp, but compared to other stuff in the Z lineup, it's just... That's my opinion. I'm the same way with the 35. Now, the 85-1 too, if you want to come over to my channel, I'll do that specifically for you, because that lens is like gigantic.
Yeah. Hey, Jones, that was the 70-200 that he had on there last. Did you have what did you have on there first?
The 20mm f1.8. This is one of the Z mount lenses that actually has character. I'm not a super wide prime guy. I usually do like a 14-24, but this lens, I shoot it all the time, dude. It's awesome.
Yeah, hey Seth. So yeah, you don't have the ability to take a battery grip off. You're right. So it is going to be a little more weight, no doubt about it. But then again, guys, and I offend people all the time. I'm 62 years old, and I honestly don't have any problem with the weight. It's not that big a deal. And I have gone out and shot events with my D5. I haven't done it with the Z9 yet, but with the D5 on one side of a Black Rabbit strap and the D850 on the other side, and had the 200 F2 on the D5 and walked around with it. Yeah, I mean, I wasn't crippled when I got home that night. I don't know where that comes from, unless, there are people that may have other issues, and I understand that. But I'm 62, and I don't have any problem walking around with the Z9 all day either. So it's just,
Hey, Jones, were you asking, when you said 85, were you asking how that 85mm balances on the Z9? Because if that's the case, I don't have it, but it will basically balance exactly like the first lens you saw, because it's almost the exact same size, and the same goes for the 50mm, the 35. They're all basically the same size and weight. So I don't know what you were asking, but maybe that was an answer to a question that nobody was asking. I don't know.
When you get to the bigger lenses, you need the weight to balance them out.
Yeah.
Tiny little camera on the end of a big lens is very unstable.
Jones, I'm going to make a drink. Well, a lot of good questions, Jones. And again, like I said, I'm not going to try to convince you one way or the other, but I mean, definitely answer your questions.
Yes, it was the 70-200, my dude. It was that one.
Excellent lens.
Oh, well, thank you,
Highly
Jones. It's
recommend
very, very nice of you to say.
But now we're waiting for basically the same technology in the smaller body. That's what we're waiting for next. And hopefully we hear something next month.
No smaller than a D850, please.
I know that you want that. And Roy, I hope they give it to you, man. I hope they do. But I don't see the EL18 battery in a smaller body, even the D850 size body.
Yeah, but
The
at least
only
in
way
the
I think we
D850,
see
you can
that.
plug one in. You can plug an EL18 into it, which made a big
Well,
difference.
I'm actually going to have to break down and buy a second Z9 battery because I just learned today that 4K is pretty harsh on the battery.
Yeah, I've been shooting some 4K, and I really didn't find it all that bad. I mean, I shot a
Well,
few hours, not
it could have been.
continuous.
I didn't think my battery was that low, but it may have been.
Mhm.
But I thought I had maybe 75%, but I could have had 50 or less. I generally run my batteries off of like memory because I really only charge them. I should charge them at the end of every shoot, but I usually don't.
Yeah.
I have so many Z6 2 batteries, the ENL 15Bs or whatever they are, Bs and Cs. I have like 4. Yep. So, but I only have one Z9.
I agree, Wolf Tech. The 20 millimeter and 50 millimeter are fantastic lenses, and the 50 at a great price, man. I'm not a 50 millimeter fan, but I bought it because it was a 1.8 lens. This is early on, just to have something to get a little bokeh or softer background, and I fell in love with it. But I didn't buy the 85 1.8, not because of any review or anything else. I was specifically waiting for this lens that's due out here real soon, the 85 1.2. I want that creative flexibility with a 1.2.
I'm in the same boat, Chuck. Like whenever I got it, I think the 85 1.2 was on the roadmap whenever I first got into the Z system, which was in 2020. It's been on the roadmap for a long time. And so I wasn't really interested in owning the 85 1.8, but I did do a review for it. I just rented it for my channel. And I was even more like, okay, no, I'm not even upset about waiting on the 1.2, because I just wasn't a huge fan. You're right, though. The 50 is amazing, dude. It's really fast. Isn't the focus on it like super fast, Chuck?
Yeah, I believe so. Now, that's one thing that concerns me. Why are 85s historically slow in focus? Why 85?
85
because
is for portraits.
My 85 1.4 G lens, which everybody raved about, I got it. I very rarely shot it.
I'm unique in the fact that I thought that lens was just okay. I didn't think it was worth the price, but especially when the 85 1.8D, if you had a screw drive autofocus camera, the 85 1.8D was amazing. Only 4 hours late, Jonathan. Oh well, thank you.
That one.
Phil likes his 85 1.8. What do you got? What do you got over there?
85 1.4D.
Oh, okay.
I preferred that to the AFS version.
Okay.
But it doesn't work on the Z cameras very well.
I pretty much preferred all of the D versions of
So
compared to the G versions.
Yeah.
A lot of
look to them.
Yeah, I've had some conversations in my comment section that people are like, "Oh, you're crazy! Like the G versions are so much better." I'm like, I really don't think so, but
There's
probably
another
sharper and some other things, but they don't have the same look.
Exactly. The G, and that's exactly what I said. The G series lenses are when characters started fading out. Performance, yes, probably I'll give you that. Sharpness on some of them, but even like the 60 millimeter macro, I don't like the G version of that
I don't either. I've got the old D version.
The D version The D version kicks tail, dude, big time.
Sid says he may have to sell his 51.2 when the 85 comes out.
No, don't do it. Use them both. Use them both.
There you go. There you go, Zach.
Mine right there.
Wolf Dick says your reviews are very underrated. I agree.
I saw that, man, and I appreciate that. I try to be as like honest as possible. So when you see me rave about something, there you go. Highest recommended lens of all time.
Yeah.
I try to be fair and honest to the extent. The only time I break away from that is if I have a lot of negative things to say about something. I try to weed out the petty stuff. If you see me talking about petty stuff, it means that it's really not that bad, right? I'm just trying to keep a balance because I don't want to be like fanboy, but I don't want to be like a jerk either, you know, because really at the end of the day, it's personal preference. And that's what I'm learning this year. But
Roy, can you shake your 51.4 and see if it rattles? He dropped his. Joe dropped his and said it has a rattle now.
Oh no.
Joan says the 85 1.8 is great for portrait.
Doesn't rattle.
Uh-oh, no rattle.
No rattle. A slight clicking, slight sort of shake noise, but that's about it.
Fel, I appreciate you noticing that. Exactly what I said in the A7R5 video, talking about the eye tracking. I think it's good, okay? All the cameras are good. There's just, it's apparent that there's exaggeration in the industry, right? Like, everything's exaggerated.
Yeah. Yeah. So Joan's talking about the 90 millimeter macro, and Sony's an awesome portrait lens, but it's too slow. That's the issue I had with the 85 1.4G in Nikon. It was slow. It was a very slow lens. And like Roy was saying, well, you know, you're using it in a studio, but you know what? It can interrupt the flow of a model. It was one of the issues I had with it. But I mean, I didn't like the way it rendered either. I know I'm crazy, but
no, you're not. I wasn't a big fan of it either, Chuck.
But yeah. You know, I was going to say something about that a minute ago. There's just so many topics going on, and I always appreciate that. But
hey, Jones,
I know what I want.
Oh, go ahead, Chuck. Sorry.
I wanted to say that, you know, take into account when you're looking at cameras too, a brand or whatever, not just the feel of it, but the aesthetics of it and the lenses and everything else. And it sounds crazy, but the better you feel the better you like the aesthetics and the feel, the more you're going to go out and shoot. It just motivates you more to go out and shoot. If you don't like what you're looking at, I'm not talking about results, but just the camera body and the camera lens. It's crazy to say, but you're not as motivated to pick it up and go out and shoot. Sounds crazy, but more that, you know, psychotherapy for photography.
Well, to that point, Chuck, whenever I got my Z6, I went and shot it. I shot the crud out of it. And then I came home and I put it on the shelf. I got the Z6 II. I did the same thing. Z7 II. I did the same thing. When I got my Z9, I went out and I shot it. And I came home, I put it on the shelf, and I picked it up again. And I swear I walked around my house with it in my hand for like 3 or 4 days because I was so proud. It looked so cool in my hands and it felt so good that I just like wanted to hold it. And so I was like sitting on the couch, just, you know, and so just because it looked good to me and it felt good to me. And it was like, this is like the pinnacle. This is like the top of my career, you know, this thing right here.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to have my hands on it, you know? And so there is something to what you're saying. Like there's a mental thing. It's just like, you know, it's like, I can't freaking believe, you know, this, you know? And so, no, you're right. I shoot more having this camera. Not that I take it out all the time, but that I have it. I feel like I'm shooting more with all of my cameras. And so there's like some motivation that comes with a really happy, proud purchase, you know?
Yeah.
So anyway.
Well, on this question, Jones, about the higher the magnification becomes, the less focusing has to travel. No, not necessarily. It depends on the build of the lens, period. How many elements, how many groups, and the focusing motors, and whatever else voodoo goes on within the lens build or lens production or development. Because if that were the case, the 85 would be much faster, or should be faster than my 50, and it's not. The 85 is just inherently, at least the G version, is inherently slow to focus. And I don't know why. It's not uncommon. A lot of people have said the same thing, but most people, it doesn't bother them. They're shooting in the studio, they're slowed down or whatever. I just think it breaks the flow, because from time to time, if a model's working through a shoot, and one thing you don't want her doing is waiting for the camera to go off. You should be able to take photos as soon as you want, not hold too long. But anyway, it just seems like it will hold you up. At least my 85 does. And like I said, other people have said the same thing. So
honestly, Chuck, it could just be something as simple as, I mean, if we're just talking about the construction and price and everything like that, maybe you're right. Like, it doesn't bother a lot of people. And so since 85s are most commonly associated with portraits, it doesn't need to be that fast. And so maybe Nikon doesn't feel the need to make it super fast, because, it's like we can keep the price down if we don't make it as fast as a 50. Whereas a 50 is used for literally everything. And traditionally they're always fast.
Yeah.
It's the same thing with macro lenses. This one isn't as slow as the 85. But for portraits, it's not so slow that it's annoying, but macro lenses don't need to be lightning fast. Most of the time people are manual focusing, so.
My 24-70, a zoom lens, both the E version and my S version, the Z mount, extremely fast. And that's on a zoom lens. Yep.
Excellent.
So to Jones's point, when you're talking like autofocus, usually, if you're really, really close, it is harder to autofocus because the camera is looking at a really narrow depth of field. But I don't know, I'm lost on the magnification remark. Yeah, but I think I kind of see what you're saying on like the depth of field. Like, eye tracking is noticeably more difficult for every lens at f1.2. But anyway.
Stuart, good to see you, man. Yeah, we're still going. I don't know how much longer, but we're still going at the moment.
We're still cranking. Hey, I just noticed that my little colorful light over there is just barely making an appearance.
Yeah, I'm open to learn something here, Jones. Seriously, if you want to explain. Well, no, I'm curious to just understand what you're actually talking about. So, yeah, go ahead.
I don't quite understand the question at hand, and so the explanation may actually click more with me. So you go for it, man.
Mm-hmm. What you got, Roy?
One of my favorite lenses, Zeiss 135.
Oh, okay. Which is another lens I'm looking forward to.
Oh, me too, Chuck. That one.
What's the aperture on that, Roy?
f2.
Okay.
Now, I have heard, I haven't shot that particular Zeiss, but I heard that lens will kick your butt if you're not good at manual focusing.
Yeah, the focus throw, like, to do that. Yeah, it does tend to do that, but it's worth it. This lens is worth it. I love the Zeiss ZF2s. I wish they'd bring them out for the Z system. They're just a pleasure to use.
What, 135?
All of them. All of them are nice.
Oh, you mean the Zeiss? You want the Zeiss lenses in Z? I agree, but I don't want. The thing is, I only used one Otis lens.
I didn't like the Otis.
You didn't?
No, I didn't.
Right. So I don't know why. I don't know why you didn't like it, but for me, I felt like I was trying to shoot photography with a cine lens, and I didn't like that. It didn't.
I
It
like
didn't
the
have.
Viva 2s better.
It did. Me too. I didn't. I just. It didn't feel right. You know. I don't know. The image quality was fine, but
Jones. Yeah, Jones, I'm not following you, man, because that doesn't compute. Higher magnification, just meaning in focal length, like a 400 versus an 85 millimeter. No, you're talking about buying a much more expensive piece of glass. And especially now with the Z lenses, you're talking about a completely different focusing system in the 400 TC and the 600 TC. I don't think it's the same in the 800 PF, but and not just that. You also have focus limiter switches on those lenses, so you can. It's not going to rack focus from beginning to end. It's going to limit the amount of focus area that it's going to search through to lock focus. Of course, even without the focus limiter, it's going to be very fast because, again, you're talking about a completely different category of lens there. But I'm not, I'm not seeing, I don't know how that equates to the 85. It seems like that's where this question came from, out of the 85 conversation. My 85 is slow, and that's just the build of the lens. That's Nikon.
All the
I'm a
new
little-
85s have been slow, though. It's
Yeah,
just
that's
because
what
the
I would-
portrait lens, it doesn't need to be fast.
Is
Right.
that what it is? I mean, I
That's.
think so.
I mean, it makes sense. Like, it would cost more if Nikon made like an 85 that's fast. But to Jones's point, I guess I don't understand either. But with a higher magnification lens, if you're reaching out further, you're filling the sensor more. Yeah, it's gonna be faster. But if you take that same lens and you jump back a quarter mile and you have less in the frame, the sensor has, at least as far as mirrorless goes, it has to find less. I may just be ranting because I don't understand the topic. I don't think I understand the question or the explanation, and so I'm kind of confused. But
yeah, man. Yeah.
But
I-
big
I'm
pro
kinda
lenses are very
lost.
fast to focus because they've got huge motors in them. They have to be fast.
Yeah, they're moving a lot of weight, a
moving
lot of glass.
glass.
Yep.
yeah.
Yep. And again, it also has to do with the build of the lens. How many elements, how many groups, and things like that. That has a lot of bearing on how fast or slow it may focus. But I don't know, man. Most of the Z lenses I have focus really close. Yeah, that's one of the other things with the Z glass. Does it have to do with the new mount? Maybe it does. But yes, the close focus distance is incredibly better on all the Z glass. I can't speak for the super telephoto, but then again, a 600 millimeter lens, even with TC, with or without, I mean, how close does it need to focus?
You're not going to be photographing ants running between your toes, are you?
Yeah. But I'll tell you, my 1 to 400 focus is incredibly close, and
That
I thought
1
that
meter
was
for that,
fantastic.
less than a meter.
Less than a meter, yeah.
The
Which
F1
makes a macro lens, believe it or not. Not
Yeah,
too
you
macro, but
you can definitely get perspective. Well, not perspective wise, but focus wise with the 70 to 200 at 200 millimeters, you can get it to where it looks. I mean, you could pass it as like a macro shot, but honestly, the only lens that's not exceptionally close focusing compared to the others, it's still super close, is the 50 millimeter 1.2, and it's still pretty darn close for f1.2. Compared to the Canon and the Sony f1.2, it does focus a little bit closer, but neither of those perform super well close up. But what do you expect? It's f1.2. If you get that close, you're not going to have anything except like an atom in focus. So I mean, you're talking like a single strand of smoke vapor thin.
Always add an extension ring to it
Yeah.
if you need to.
3 feet focus can take it.
100 macro is pretty slow at autofocus, though. Lovely lens, though.
You know, if you step back with the Z9, it tracks eyes kind of in the ballpark of the other lenses, but when you're just in like single point autofocus, actually doing like macro work, it is kind of slow. That's the only lens I've ever seen where I actually make use of the limiter switch. But otherwise, I've always just like left limiter switches off. But with the 105, it definitely helps if you're actually doing macro, or if you're not doing macro, but you're doing flower stuff, not getting in the flower, but you know, you're within.
Great lens, but a bit slow.
Yeah, a little bit slow. Faster than the 85-1.8, I think.
I think everything is.
That's pretty close, Yaman. That's pretty incredible. 30 millimeter Zucchio. Close focus on that thing is crazy. You literally touched the subject with the lens barrel. Wow.
You know that is insane. You know what's crazy with that little Tech Art adapter that I reviewed? They said that you should be able to focus much closer. And I thought maybe, you know, it was kind of like a weight loss pill where it's like you'll lose weight with this, but it's actually just like a 15 billionth of a pound, and so they can call it that. No, the lens that they sent me, I took it from like a meter to 19 inches. That is a huge improvement of focus distance.
Yeah.
Huge.
No, that makes sense, Jones, because that's what makes it a macro lens.
Mm-hmm. However, macro lenses are still some of my favorite portrait lenses of all time.
Yep.
Because they always have like such good color. Like skin tones out of macro lenses are so good, you know?
Yeah, the Zeiss ZF2 macro is probably one of my favorites.
The what?
The Zeiss one, the ZF2 100 millimeters, excellent.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I heard that one will kick your butt too.
It does.
So it's my turn to walk back to the bench.
Ooh, what do you got?
That's a Zeiss 100.
Oh, nice. Chuck, I didn't know you had any Zeiss.
Yeah, man. I'm trying to find there. Of course, there isn't anything on a Zeiss lens like a Nikon, but
look at the machining beauty of that lens.
yeah, and it has a very close focusing distance as well. But
yeah,
it feels so good, actually.
Beautiful to use.
The worst lens cap in the world is on the end of that lens, though. Everything on that lens is perfectly machined, but that lens cap is terrible.
Yeah.
all Zeiss lens caps are awful.
Metal lens is unusual too.
It's a beautiful lens. It really is.
Beautifully made.
Yeah.
The thing is, the thing about the Zeiss stuff is it's so beautiful to use.
Yep.
It just feels
That's
good.
one of those. Hands. Yeah, you just want to like hold it, like the 85-1.4 planar. It's like it's like this long, but it's like that big around. It just looks so good, and it fits like I'm sure it's the same for the Canons and whatever, but the machining of their mounts is so perfect on the mount that you buy it for. I mean, it's like it feels like it's within tenths, like the fourth decimal place of machining. Like it's so play at all. They're just so good.
And that thing is a chunk of glass too, man. I mean, it's got some heft to it.
And
I remember the old days, everything was about weight. If you picked up something and it was light, it's like, oh, this is cheap.
Yeah.
You picked up a lens like that, it was like, oh, this is quality here, man.
Hey, Rakesh, that is one of my favorite lenses ever. How that lens is still at the price that it's been forever, it blows my mind because that lens is so good. And Tokina makes some pretty terrible stuff, but they really hit the ball out of the park on that one.
It's AFD focus. But, they had a few production problems with it, quality control, but it's an excellent lens.
What's that?
The Tokina 100.
Oh, yeah. I never tried the new version. And also, Joan Smith, man, I wish I could comment on that. I just have zero experience with Olympus, like none.
I haven't touched Olympus since the film days.
It's time again.
Don't forget to like and subscribe. I love that you have that on a t-shirt now.
Yeah. Again, compliment the wife. She said, this will make you remember to say it. Oh man.
You know what I find interesting, Jones, that I have to say about Olympus is that even though people, like, I mean, you see it on YouTube all the time. People tend to make fun of Olympus, but the people that use Olympus absolutely freaking love Olympus, right? Like that's their the way that Fuji fanboys used to be, like only a little more subtle and not quite as annoying. But like Olympus people love their Olympus, like Fuji people love their Fujis. And I've just never shot it ever. I couldn't even tell you what mount they are. I mean, what are they? Are they micro four
Micro
thirds?
4/3.
At least you have the benefit of like $40 trillion different lens options on micro four thirds are everywhere.
I've found a few problems there. Some of them are not as compatible as they should be.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there seems to be a bit of discrepancy with the compatibility amongst them.
Like from like brand to brand, it's
Brand to brand seem to be modifying them a bit.
It's probably because it's so vastly universal that surely you're going to have more.
Kind of defeats the purpose, though, doesn't it?
Do I want to? Honestly, Wolf Tick, like I would try just about anything. Like if somebody sent me something to play with, I would, but not to the extent where I would actually probably rent one for my channel, because it's obvious right now that even like the Canon stuff, it's doing okay, but it's quite apparent that Nikon people like my channel. And based on the analytics, Sony people and Canon people are kind of interested in what a Nikon user has to say, but they're not really sticking around. And so it would be a waste of money for me to like rent one. In fact, it's not even a good business proposition for me to do what I want to do this year, which is test out all these different lenses against Nikon. It's not a good business move. I'm finding out really fast. And so if somebody gave it to me, yeah, I would try it, but I wouldn't spend any money at all trying it. Not even gasoline. It would be in the backyard.
Hey, Jones, I'm glad you enjoy it, man. You need to become part of the community here. We talk a lot about Nikon because we are Nikon shooters, but this is not a Nikon-centric channel anymore. We have a lot of people that shoot Canon, Sony, Fuji, Olympus, or OM now, and everything, and Leica, and Hasselblad, you name it. They're in here in the community. And if you want to see some of the other shooters to, verify what I'm saying, go over to AP Studios group on Facebook and you'll see the photos that are being posted. And it's all brands and they're fantastic photos. But yeah, I welcome you to just become part of the community, man. Just keep joining us.
It's a good crew. And yeah,
anymore.
No, there's not. And even though like it started off kind of like Nikon centric, but even like over on my channel, Long Rider, who's a Sony guy, he likes to come in and he likes to crack jokes, and he and I will go back and forth on each other. Like the last one, he's like, he told me he's like you ought to just give up on the Nikon and get a real camera, and he shoots Sony. And I said, well, you know what? You should give up your toys and switch to a brand that actually cares about their lenses. And so like we go back and forth like that. We have a good back and forth, but there's never any like malice or anything like that.
Yeah, Long Rider's good people. He really is. He
is good people.
Here's another Yaman's good people as well. I shoot Olympus, and trust me, there's nothing laughable about it. It's good glass and good bodies. Yeah. Lee was in here. Lee Rothman was in here talking about his OM when he left Canon. Well, he'd been with Nikon, then he went to Canon. He left Canon and went to OM because he liked the size and weight and the quality of the OM1 and the glass that he got. Nothing wrong with that. That's a great thing. It's just like, what kind of car you drive. You drive the best car that you can afford in your taste, whatever it is.
Or you buy a car that's actually kind of made like crap, but you like it. Something like everyone says that Mercedes aren't particularly well made, but people like Mercedes. And so it's like, I want it. I like it. That's Chuck's thing. I want it.
That is my saying. I'm all about that. People ask me sometimes, well, do you need it? It's not about what I need. It's about what I want. I don't buy based on need because I'm a hobbyist photographer. I don't need anything.
Honestly,
I buy it because I want it.
if I broke down my needs business wise, it's literally 4 pieces of equipment. If I wanted to have the most things I could do, the Z9 and the Trinity. Everything else is like the 50 millimeter 1.2. That's not a good business move because you can't hardly you can't shoot. What did I say? Camera?
A great lens though.
It is a great lens, but you're not going to be shooting. You're not going to, like, if somebody says, "Hey, we just had a, we're about to start breeding our German Shepherd, and we want some pictures of him in action to show how strong he is." Like, okay, I'm not going to do that with the 50 millimeter 1.2. I kind of need the 70 to 200. So it's like what I need is like 4 things. But what I want is literally everything else on my table right now, which is a lot of crap.
Well, that's the fun of it too, you know. Why do we want to take the fun out of photography?
Exactly. Which is why, like that little tech art doohickey, that put fun back into photography, and you don't see a whole lot of that right now.
Yeah,
you know, everything is performance based and tech based,
yeah.
And it's like, have you ever just got out and decided to go try to find a subframe somewhere? Like, you know, have you gone and looked for like a really great subject? You know.
Hey, Phil, man, you just keep playing with that 51.2. It's got to be fun to play with. And again, I know most people know this, but just in the event, 1.2 does not mean a face cannot be in focus, at least to the point where you really can't discern that any part of the face or head is out of focus, meaning the distance from your subject to the camera body. Your depth of field expands as you move away from the focal plane. So,
hey, Phil, I'll give you a piece of advice on it, and this may seem incredibly obvious. So, like, no disrespect if you didn't think of this, but I didn't, because I'm a single point. I'm a single point shooter. Try using it in continuous autofocus, because at f1.2, if you're in AFS, the second you breathe, you're not focused on the thing that you want to be focused on. So it's best to operate that lens most of the time in AFC, because it is fast enough to keep up with auto focusing when you're leaning back and forth or breathing or whatever. So give that a try. That'll be way more comfortable.
Yeah, Moots has been impressive lately, no doubt about that. His photos have been fantastic. Go ahead, Roy.
I carried these lenses around for decades because when you got no light at all, you need a fast lens. That's a 51.2. But when it's wide open, it's too soft to be taken seriously. At least the Z lens is good wide open.
Yep.
This isn't.
Yeah. Yeah, I refer to old 1.2 glass as artistic or emergency use.
Thank you, Yaman. You're a good man, buddy. Wolf Tick says he shoots everything. Cool. And a YouTuber. Yeah, you know what? I got to go check out your channel. I don't know why I haven't done that already. Why haven't you told me, go check out my channel? I should.
Wolf Tick, did you read the last part of his saying? He's like, our channel ended up being about mountain biking stuff. Like, how does that happen?
Oh, I did check out your channel. I did. Yeah, I remember that now. It's hard to keep up, I tell you. I did. All right.
That's funny. Yeah, I think that's why, I put a lot of work into those 5 funny videos that I made. Even though the green screen stuff was kind of comically bad, it's still a lot of work, and they flopped so hard because even though they were about photography, I think YouTube read them as they're supposed to be funny. They're not supposed to be like photography humor. They're just supposed to be humor, and so they flopped so hard. It's just like your channel ended up being about mountain biking. It's like YouTube has spoken, so give us that mountain bike content.
There you go. Yeah, David is a fantastic photographer in his own right, and he's really enjoying. He's doing a lot of traveling now and getting out there to shoot They just shot. Where'd they go? Where were they just at? Him and his wife were shooting the Great Horned Owl, and was it the Great Horned Owls? I can't remember.
It was some kind of owl. Exceptional shot.
Well, and yeah, we can't bring up birds with Zewade around because we never know what kind of pigeon we're talking about.
It was common. The nickname for it is the Spec Ops owl or pigeon because they like to operate at night like Spec Ops do. But the actual nomenclature for it is Pidgeonus multiplicatus. And
oh man, that's yet another show. That rates up there with the Bigfoot being a blurry creature.
Yeah, he's just a naturally blurry creature.
Naturally blurry. So all the photos that have been taken are in focus. He's blurry. So
I've noticed. I haven't gone and looked at him, but I've noticed that Bigfoot. By the way, you know it's a scam if they continue being blurry, right? Because cameras are so good now that like the only way they're going to be able to keep this charade going is if the only Bigfoot pictures are from like crappy security cameras.
Yeah.
Because if they try to use a real camera, it's going to find Bigfoot's eye.
Yeah.
And it's going to be dead on.
Yeah. Where are you located, Jones? I can't travel the country either. So I'm just wondering where you're located. I don't know, what do you shoot? Do you shoot wildlife or portraits or what? I don't know why I never asked that before. Hang on just a second. I can drop this up here for everybody. Boom.
Louisiana, southern boy. I grew up in Mississippi. What part of Louisiana, Mr. Jones? I grew up in Bay St. Louis, Mississippi. What was that? What was that movie? It's a Disney movie. It had the Princess and the Frog. Go to bed. Y'all from Shreveport?
Oh.
I've actually never heard of Blanks, Louisiana. Is that southern? Where is I gotta see where that is now. No, I had to pull up another. Never mind. I think you're a nice guy, Jones, but I'm not that interested in looking up a map right now. My eyes are starting to get a little.
Thank you, Wolf Tick, 400th subscriber. Yeah, I've been in this subscriber range now for about 2 months. It's gone back and forth, onesie, twosie.
Yeah, Jones, I grew up on the bayous, man. Like we based like my neighborhood was basically a flat plot of land, totally surrounded by bayou. Man, we grew up going all the way up and down those things. That's a good place to grow up, man. The South is fun to grow up in. Lots of stuff to do, especially like when you're not like wealthy. You gotta make.
Oh, let's see.
Jones, that's I grew up in Bay St. Louis, Mississippi. I was born in Texas. Spent I think I moved to Mississippi whenever I was in third grade or something. Yeah, Mississippi.
Yeah, that's something true. That is something I didn't say earlier, Roy, about that Zeiss 100 or the F2 100. It has its own quality to it. I mean, the photos are just absolutely beautiful. It's one of those lenses. Maybe it's all Zeiss glass. This is the only piece of Zeiss glass that I've had. But man, it is incredible looking at the photos. Micro contrast, I don't know what it is. Oh, man. You are welcome, Mr. Yaman. You are welcome, sir.
No, okay, so that's not far from you. Yeah, we actually had to go through. My dad stayed in Texas him and my mom divorced, and we moved to Mississippi. And so we basically followed Highway 90 from our house in Mississippi all the way to my dad's house in Texas, just outside Beaumont. And so, yeah, they all through there, you know, several times a year going across the Atchafalaya. I don't know where that is in relation to you, but well, thank you, Jones. It's nice of you to say. Yeah, I don't know where Blake is, though.
We are dwindling. We are dwindling here with viewers. I know that it'll pick up again in a few minutes, but
No.
I am going to tap out here in just a minute. So what else we got to, what else do we have on the table?
Too much stuff. Although I do like my new desk. My other one, I don't know if you guys remember my brown desk or whatever.
Yep.
I was leaning on it the other day because I got this thing, right? This Wacom pad that I've been trying out, and I actually really like it. But I had my arm resting on it, and I was leaned in doing an edit, and I had a sneeze. And that desk was put together with a couple of third-party screws, okay? Because it was old. And I sneezed leaning on it, and the leg went, and I was holding it up. All my computer stuff started shifting.
Yeah.
I had to put it up against the wall and kick the leg out and pull all my stuff off the top and go buy a new one.
It's funny. The two tables that I've used for streaming, one's downstairs where I started out. It was really a woodworking table that I built, and another one that I built for up here in the studio. I used an old door, and yeah, and it came out pretty good considering, you know, it was just a cheap, and I put it on wheels so I can move it around in the studio.
Nice.
Yeah,
It works, man.
And it is maneuverable, but it's not real easy to do with all this junk I have clamped to it. And oh, by the way, I got to unplug 4 different power strips for all the electrical that's on the desk. Oh, man. Oh.
And Wolf Tick, I'm outside of Wichita. A little small town outside Wichita.
Yeah, Michael, you know how it is here, man. Don't count us out until you come back and we're absolutely gone. It happens all the time. People go out, they go take their wife out for dinner or whatever, and come back and say, "Oh, you're still on." Yeah.
Yeah.
We're still going. Oh, man. Yep. Started at 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, 9 p.m. East Coast. Yeah.
I'm right in the middle of everybody. So it's like when I start getting tired, I can totally feel how tired Chuck must be.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Always trying to run everything behind the scenes too, you know, to make sure, checking emails because people do send in emails during the stream, and that's good. Oh,
hey,
man.
Wolf Tick, was it you that actually came through Wichita? The timing didn't really line up, and I'm nervous about meeting people from YouTube anyway right now. But somebody, I think it was you. So you were doing you were second shooter for somebody doing a job in Wichita, right? Was that you? Because you emailed me like, hey, if we have time, we link up. But I don't think you were free until 9:30, and I don't think I was free until 11 that night. But yeah, I think me and Wolf Tick almost lined up our schedules to do something, but I don't know. May not have been him.
Oh, man.
I mean, D Moots, as far as the YouTube, no, it wasn't you. D Moots, as far as YouTube is concerned, is not that far away from me. I'd like to link up with him one of these days. I don't have a lens to go out and shoot with him because I don't have $15,000 for the what is it, the 600 he just got. God, I'm jealous. I don't even shoot wildlife.
Yeah, those are some beautiful lenses, man.
I
He's
noticed
got-
Canon is they're trying to fill out their wildlife. They have a couple patents that dropped on Canon rumors, so they're trying to if anything that can be said for Nikon, they have a huge lead on the wildlife lenses, man. I'm sure that 800 f11 is totally fine, but you know, it's cheap too.
Oh, all right, Jones. If you're taking off, man, have a good evening.
What
We are close to follow. I see the viewers are going down, dropping. So everybody else is feeling the need for sleep, I guess. Also,
I will answer that for my opinion on that real quick, Jones. I've always been of the mindset that glass is more important than cameras anyway. If you know how to operate a camera, like if you're not like a total newbie and like not knowing what shutter, aperture, and ISO is, glass is always going to, I would say, buy good glass before you buy a good camera, and you fill out your camera later. But that's just me. People like stuff. I like stuff.
Hey Sith, this is 3 hours short of the longest stream.
Oh, we ain't going for no records today.
No, it's 2 hours short. We actually went almost 7 hours on New Year's Eve to New Year's. But this has been a long one, and I'm trying to make up for. I didn't tell everybody this early on. I should have. Wednesday's live stream will be short, only because I have an appointment at 3 o'clock. So I'm gonna have to cut out just after 2 o'clock. So there you go.
Yeah, Roy was there. Oh, man.
Yep.
I was just thinking about, because I wasn't there for it. I was basically in bed at like 9:30, but the end of that stream was,
Yep.
She's just I'm sorry.
Yep.
God.
Oh man. Well, thank you, Phil, for being in here. Thank you for coming to visit, man. And again, we're just trying to have fun. I had a good time tonight. I hope everybody else did. It's always nice to have Mr. Roy in here because he has the lens museum behind him that he can always draw from when somebody says, well, let me see it.
Well, somebody said earlier, they said, Roy, you have more lenses than my local large camera retailer. Yeah, there it is. I just wanted to say at Roy, you have more lenses than my local huge retail camera shop. Incredible.
Yep. Yeah, Luke, that's the way it goes, man. It is YouTube, and we just try to keep it all together, you know. Let's see. Yep, nothing in photography is more important than light. Absolutely.
Hey, Jones, you're wrong. Haven't you heard about the new camera that will do 63 ISO? You would think, I agree with you, but you would think that like the latest and greatest tracking feature, like orange tracking, banana tracking, would be the most important things.
Let's see. All right. Just checking again. Chosen, thanks a lot, man. Yep. Go back and check the first couple of hours. Yeah, we had some conversations in the first couple of hours that are pretty interesting.
Yeah.
I don't know why my other computer over here is going crazy. I've got a bandwidth issue going on here. I'm going to have to check with Spectrum and ask them what I'm paying for.
Well,
It's
in
aggravating.
Kansas, we have Cox Internet, and it's basically the only game in town. And so,
Yeah.
whenever they go through periods of having terrible service, it's like, where else are you going to turn to? AT&T? No, we'll get you 5G in your house. It's like, I don't want 5G in my house. I want internet.
Oh man. Yeah, I'll tell you. Hang on a second, answering something here.
Jones, I would take you up on getting into some stuff on a different stream next, not next week, but next time I'm on. But I don't have the energy to really go on much longer.
All right, guys, let me wrap it up. I appreciate everybody being in here tonight. It's been a lot of fun. You guys are great. Thank you, Z, for dropping in with us. Roy, of course, absolutely. Thank you. It's always fun having you here. And it was nice having Andre on tonight. So here's the first. He's, throwing the invitation out there, and somebody said, okay, I'll join. Not only did he join, but he got up at 3:00 in the morning just to join. So that's crazy. But I will say Roy has done this many times for our Wednesday show. and I appreciate it. I really do. I hope everybody out there has a wonderful rest of the weekend. I'm going to turn it over here to Z to let him say goodbye. Z.
Wolf Tick, yes, we have Taco Tico, and it's as average as you remember. I'm Zwade, the Zwade, and Zwade Photo, and I'm sure everybody in here has probably already subbed to my channel. I recognize almost everybody, but if you're not, check out Zwade Photo. You can check out my website too, and I have lots of stuff planned for the future. I'll try out a little more stuff. I'm doing things a little bit different this year, and hopefully it's only getting better. So I hope you guys are appreciating it because I'm working really, really hard on it. Andre's not here anymore, but thank him for being in here. I liked him on the panel. Nice to have another musician in here. And Chuck, thank you for having me. Roy, you're cool as always, man. with your museum, museum back there. And
is cool.
I'm kind of losing track. I'm kind of starting to rant because I'm tired. But thank you for having me, and also like and subscribe to Chuck's channel. Although I'm sure you all are.
I appreciate that, Zach. I appreciate it. Again, appreciate having you in here. Roy, you want to say goodbye?
I'll say goodbye. And Nikon, where's my 200 to 600 that I want?
There you go. Again, hopefully CP plus. Let's see. Could it be the big secret we haven't heard anything about? I don't know. Yaman, again, thank you very much. It's always a pleasure to see you in here. I know that you're a busy man. Often you can't make it, but I love it when you're in here. And everybody else that's in the chat, by the way. So without further ado, I think I'm going to pull the plug. And hey, Arthur, you can come back anytime, whether Flintlock or Jones Smith. It doesn't matter. You're welcome in here as long as you mind your P's and Q's, brother. All right, folks. That's about it. It's a wrap. Another one in the bag. And I really appreciate everybody being in here again. See you Wednesday, 12 p.m. noon. On Wednesday for our next live stream. Who knows what the topic's going to be? We're not going to stick to it, but that's okay. That's what the channel's about. Take care, folks.